It rests on a small YouTube channel, hosted by the wickedest lords of hell. Here is the first internet clip show to offer to the daring a look into the final maddening space between life and death. A case of the Mondays. To avoid fainting, keep repeating. It is only a live stream. Only a live stream. Only a live stream. Videos and songs far beyond anything you've tested. A case of the Mondays.
Stop you hammering, I'm on in the mall. Cause every day's the anniversary of the year before. And if it's a day gone by, then it's 365. Random tangents, that's like a tree. Diverse inevitability. And if it's a day gone by, then it's 365. I said, band, oh brother band, I can't believe it's Monday again. Part of the problem is the passage of time. Part of the problem is what goes with sudden line. Part of the problem is the answer is a cure. And a big part of that is the thing that keeps me poor. Sunset's columns support a feeling like cozy to drowning man's frozen ceiling. And if it's a day going by, then it's 365. 365. That's right. I can't believe it's Monday again. Part of the problem is the passage of time. Part of the problem is what goes with salt and lime. Part of the problem is the answer is a cure. And a big part of that is the thing that keeps me poor. Sunset's columns support a feeling like holes in a drowning man's frozen ceiling. And if it's a day gone by, then it's 365. If it's a day gone by, then it's 365. If it's a day, if it's a day, if it's a day gone by, if it's a day gone by, if it's a day gone by. If it's a day gone by, 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 it's 365.
Welcome everyone to Case of the Mondays. I'm your host Gene Skinner. I hope you're all having a good day on the first year of 2024. We're going to get right into it as usual. But I'm going to do a few things first. First off, I want to turn on the volume so you don't fucking die, because it's all the way up, and we don't need the other videos that were probably louder to kill your eardrums, so let's give you that mercy, I know. A kind one for me. And the other thing I'm going to do is open the beer I have. It's one I've had before. Got to empty up the fridge a bit, because I have a bunch of extras of stuff. This is probably, I think this is the last Alpha Claws by Three Floyds I had. Their winter porter that has a touch of hops to it. Going to pour that right into this Red Lobster pint glass I have. Which kind of looks cool because it's got like a crab on it. It says crab. And it kind of looks like it's in a tattoo style. I like it. I like that a lot. So good to see everybody tonight. Let's get right into the show, shall we? Here we go. Here it comes.
Type Garfield with your eyes closed. Garfield. Since I can type without even watching my keyboard due to training and being a novelist, I wouldn't call that a challenge. Sorry,
Garfield.
haha.
Whoa, you spelled Garfield really wrong.
Next up, Professor Bob, you sent this in.
You may have defeated me, hero, but so long as my phylactery remains hidden, I shall simply
That
revive
feel,
where it
though.
lies. The f*** is the matter with you? You already defeated me.
I may not be able to finish you for good,
That's
but
like
I can
Nicolas
stop you
Cage.
from hurting anyone else.
But you forget, hero. My undead form will simply regenerate.
Which is why at the start of each day, I'll cut off your limbs again.
You what?
Wow.
Think I'll cut out that pretty little tongue, too, so
Oh,
you can't
boy.
pass those pesky spells. And
The hero's
I'll
a
sharpen a
psychopath.
pole, stick it up inside you, out through your mouth, and wear you on my back, a wriggling trophy for all to
Oh,
see.
God.
What the f***, dude? Okay, here. My false eye. It's my phylactery, you sick f***. Huh?
Or maybe I do kill you. Let you rejuvenate inside my bowels. Just to know what it feels like.
You're a monster.
That was good, True Master Bob. That's from, what channel is this now? That happens to be from Dungeon Soup. Good shit. Moving on.
As much as I've loved pretending to be an anime girl for
Robin,
the
you
past
sent
2
this in.
years, I think it's finally time that I did a face reveal. 3, 2, 1. Hey guys, it's me, Noctopus. It was always a
Noctopus,
matter
hi.
of time before
How's
I
it
got
going,
rid of that
Noctopus?
stupid VTuber avatar. I've always hated VTubers anyway.
Octopus is pretty good looking.
Alright, fine, this isn't actually me. This is Pinoy, my editor. But do you see how it made you feel? Betrayed? Shocked even? I felt that exact same way when I confessed my undying love for a cat girl in Final Fantasy XIV, only for it to be a 43-year-old dude living in Nebraska. But the question
That's
is,
his own
why do
fucking-
men play as female characters? As an avid girl chooser myself, I've wondered this question for a long time. My main cover-up story was that girls have a smaller hitbox, and while that 100% is totally not cope and very true,
Doing the
it's
suctioning?
not the
Wow.
main reason. To get to the bottom of this, I created a community poll to ask you, my subscribers who were specifically guys, one simple question. Do you prefer to play as male or female? Over 2,000 of you answered. The results were not really that surprising considering my type of audience, but over 70% of you said that you picked girls. But not only that, a ton of you wrote paragraph-long answers in the replies that I 100% always
Totally
definitely
read.
read. Let's
Also,
start
we had
with
your
the most
soundboard
obvious
clip,
answer
Jenny.
of all. Men just like seeing sexy girls when they grind out thousands of hours of gaming.
I wish that was me.
And don't get me wrong, this isn't completely untrue. If Blizzard puts one of my favorite characters in a bikini, then it's my obligation as a player to give them $20 for it. For the most part, it would seem like guys just fit the overall stereotype of objectifying women, but then it falls apart for certain situations like, why would a guy pick a female character in an MMO where you start out in the ugliest clothing imaginable? Or why would someone commit to an entire playthrough just to play as a non-sexualized girl character? This isn't saying that aesthetics of things like character skins aren't important to players, but that being the only reason isn't telling the full story. So that would lead us to another possible answer.
Conspiracy
Girl
theory, if you
characters
will.
just have way more clothing options. It's no secret that one of the core experiences in gaming is being able to make your character look as cool as possible. And based on the replies to the poll I mentioned earlier in the video, over 30% of you mentioned that you play girls because the clothing options just look better.
It's just
this
the
makes
start,
sense,
okay,
considering
Robin?
that for a long time game companies were too scared to experiment with what kinds of skins belong to what character. Typically, male character outfits tend to be big and bulky, and female characters have historically been a bit more revealing and aesthetically pleasing. Lara Croft versus Nathan
Wearing a
Drake,
fucking onesie.
Cammy versus Ryu, and the most sexist case of all, Pac-Man versus Mrs. Pac-Man.
Wow.
If you think back to when some MMOs were first released, like Final Fantasy XIV, Blade and Soul, Black Desert Online, they all had or still have gender-locked clothing. This means that your options for outfits are split from the very moment you start playing. So unless I'm feeling like playing a big burly warrior, of course I'm going to pick something more aesthetically pleasing. To give game companies some credit where it's due, it's becoming more and more common now for characters to wear whatever they want. For example, in Final Fantasy XIV, they recently made it to where you can live out your dream of being a giant, manly orc in a bunny suit. But until that line keeps getting blurred, I'd like to quote someone from my comment section. If I'm going to be staring at an ass of a character for the next 100 hours, it should at least be one I like looking at. And while I wholeheartedly agree with this statement, there's something missing. A real nail in the coffin to put this debate to rest, you know? And I think I might have found it. A single name kept popping up while I was researching for answers. Proteus. And what do people named Proteus and girl avatars have in common? They're both usually old men, but Proteus wasn't any old man. He was a Greek god of the seas who could predict the future and transform into whatever he wanted. Okay, cool, but what does that have to do with anything? Hold on, let me explain. Let's look at a scientific phenomenon known as the Proteus effect. This is a name given to an occurrence when a person's behavior in a virtual world transforms due to the characteristics of their avatar. The behavior changes because the person has a pre-existing knowledge or expectation of how those players online act. This might be kind of complex, so let me give an example. A toxic League of Legends player who typically plays more aggressive hypercarries gets to play a support character. This player might subconsciously start embodying more stereotypical feminine traits, like being more cooperative or empathetic with their teammates, because that's how they associate that side of the player base in
Or you
their
could
brain.
just be
This
good,
doesn't
play Mordecai
usually
as
mean
support,
gameplay,
kill
by the
everybody
way.
like
This
I
is
did.
more of a social thing. But
Which
this
I did.
effect
They
is
died.
real and
People
has
died.
scientific
I didn't give a
evidence through
shit.
it
I
through
didn't give a
hundreds of
fuck.
research
People
papers.
died.
Some of the
I was
students
a
at
tank and
Nottingham
no one
Trent
could kill me.
University found that men often associate positive feelings towards women avatars, such as how attractive or aesthetically pleasing
Fuck
they are.
saving you.
making
I'm
them
just
more
gonna
likely
kill
to choose
everybody
female
else.
Characters. Game companies
Nice
already
carry
know
you
this, which
have. Sure
explains
be a
why you
shame
can
if
always
I
buy sexy
murder his
outfits
ass.
with microtransactions. It's not really that shocking when you think about it. I mean, what, you just expect them not to make money? Complain about it all you want, but people are still buying it. But hold on, that's not the only reason. The Proteus effect also explains how men typically gravitate towards playing women in multiplayer games because they expect more positive social outcomes. If I play as a girl in this MMO, not only will I be more aesthetically pleasing, but players are way more willing to help me out and give me lots of gold. To back
That's
this
the
point up,
POV
I
no one
found another
needed.
study from the University College of London who discovered that players who use women avatars with more detailed clothing not only have more social interactions, but more positive social experiences in general. Now, I know this is kind of shocking because the mere thought of having a girl on your team is enough for any average Valorant player to have a mental breakdown.
Because the only thing women are good for is cooking, cleaning, sucking, and
But overall, it seems like playing
said
multiplayer
suck,
games as a
Jenny.
more feminine avatar can lead to a less lonely gaming experience in general. But at the end of the day, these kinds of things all play a part into a bigger overall narrative. Yeah, the Proteus effect can offer some answers, but it's not this magical solution to the question. Personally, I think when a person plays a game, they want to immerse themselves as much as possible. For some people, that's making their character look just like them in real life. And for others, it's being something completely different. Tons of people use games as a form of escapism. I mean, if you're a big manly dude working a grueling 8-hour shift getting yelled at by
Oh,
customers
no.
all day, why would anyone blame you for coming home and role-playing as a cute cat girl? Or maybe for you it's a deeper and more complex reason, like personally identifying with the character, using it to express something you couldn't in your daily
no.
life. There are literally hundreds of reasons to answer this question. So the truth is, as unsatisfying as this might be, it's not actually something that can be directly solved. Thanks for
Wow,
watching.
Ramen.
If you like this, leave a comment and tell me about what makes you like playing certain characters.
because the only thing women are good for is cooking, cleaning, sucking, and
Suck. Alrighty. Here's next. Frog sent this in.
Well,
It's the Project Earth 3 on the other side.
Here we be.
go.
This is my wife, Chrissy.
Hi.
So, did you watch the videos?
No.
No. You
No.
said you had.
Well, I felt a little bad, so I just said that I did, but I didn't.
Okay, well, what do you know
Wow.
about the multiverse?
Multiverse. That's that infinite possibilities thing where you could be anything. Wait. Could there be a world where we are cartoons? Right? Could that be a thing?
Oh boy.
That right there. I'd watch it if it had that.
Well, last time I was the president.
Ooh.
Okay, well,
Wow.
a lot of people think I'm pretty famous.
No, no one thinks that now.
Meet Greg Sellers, an ordinary, average, boring man.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Christine was a firm believer in ghosts, but Greg would never join on her endeavors.
Believe me, it was not for lack of trying.
Oh, I don't like it. You're stuck in a house talking to yourself all night.
What's wrong with talking to yourself? Why are you
Only
looking
when you
at
answer
me
back
like
is the
that?
problem.
Do none of you talk to yourself? Am I alone in this? Can we cut that out?
In this reality, Greg joined one of Christine's ghost adventures and found undeniable evidence that ghosts exist.
No, don't tell her.
All this time. All this time. If only you'd come on one of my little adventures, then we would have found undeniable proof that ghosts were real.
Well, we discovered aliens exist in the last one, so I could have made a lot of better choices.
What? Aliens? Why didn't you tell me?
Government secret.
Government secret.
Due to his experience with scripting and filmmaking, he rented a camera and put together a low-budget TV show to prove the existence of ghosts. It then aired on a local station in 1989.
Do we really know what goes bump in the night?
For years, this question has been asked.
And today, we're going to find out.
With undeniable proof that there is an
True
afterlife.
TV presents Mandela catalog, yeah, pretty much.
Ghost Explorers!
The show was an overnight success, despite many critics appearing in the newspapers. So Greg began hosting events for everyone to see for themselves. It was at this point Christine and him became known as the first individuals to undeniably prove there was an afterlife.
Undeniable. You hear that, Greg? Undeniable!
I heard. No, I was there.
I'm glad you were.
The first season of their
Jeez, lady,
ghost
are
hunting
you a
show,
psychopath?
premiered in 1991, met with record-breaking viewing figures across the world.
Ghosts, if you're out there.
Yes, Porky, I will give you XP. You're welcome, bud.
Did you hear that? I think it said hello.
Alright, it's getting a little bit creepy in here. Porky, why did you pick a weapon, you doofus?
Yes, now looks to serve his moment. Yes, now looks to serve his moment.
That was disturbing, no kidding.
Unfortunately, it wasn't long before people figured out how Greg was summoning these spirits. And by the
filled with
mid-90s,
ghosts?
there were well over 100
Dr.
different
Boo,
TV
the movie?
shows saturating the
Oh,
market
boy.
with ghosts. Dramas, talk shows, anything you could think of, it had a ghost in it now.
Afterlife with the Matrix.
Greg's ghost hunting show is eventually canceled as the idea of ghosts is just no longer surprising.
Typical.
How do you even get sick of ghosts?
Right?
It wasn't until the early 2000s where a scientific paper was written suggesting these creatures may not have actually been ghosts, but in fact, humans from other realities, seeping into theirs, warning
Oh, boy.
everyone that the multiverse may be collapsing in on itself.
Oh, I think that I heard about this. It's actually a popular theory that instead of it being dead people who are passing into our world, it's different realities passing through ours.
Whoa, I've never heard of that. That's good.
Yeah. The multiverse, though. I didn't hear about that falling apart.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. The darkness
Hey,
grows.
thanks for liking and subscribing to the channel. If you'd like to see me in more realities,
Drop into the comments below and leave us some ideas.
That says run, Greg. Okay, next time will be very interesting then. Thanks, Strug. You sent this in, Ramen. Sage. Catch that beat. Shadow in 2D. Okay. Let me cock my gun that just needs to be cocked. Definitely made an MS Paint. I see Ramen. Oh, Kirby! Fun Kirby game It's not frustrating as hell. His hyper-realistic eyeballs gouged mine out. hey, dude. 100% using a Doom engine. Oh hey, Pizza Tower, look at that. Actually became its own game. For real, for real. This demo thing, by the way, is complaining. By the way, for people that don't know. DBZ. Oh lord. Looking like CGI games. A skeleton. Like that one. Thanks, Robin. Now, because of that, though, Strog has summoned up from the depths something, and he's going to show it to us. Here it comes.
Welcome to the theater of the eye.
Sega Saturn.
Rods and cones report to the orbital socket.
How nice. We're trimming the toenails. What's that?
Optic nerve, this is the brain. What's going on down there?
The eardrum's going off! Go get help!
We're having a breakdown. We're having a breakdown. We're having a breakdown. Having a breakdown. We're having a breakdown.
What else can go wrong?
Urgent synapse on line 2. It's the sphincter.
What is going on?
Sega Saturn.
Thanks, Strog.
Somewhere in the vast unknown
Mr. Rob,
of
you sent this
space,
in.
alien
This
life
looks
may
cool.
be waiting for us.
It
but
is
these
the
species,
all art
even
by
if they're
Alex
carbon-based like
Riss,
we are, probably won't be the
believe.
familiar
Curious
humanoids
Archive.
present
Yeah,
in many
here we go.
stories,
Aliens.
but organisms which are truly, well, alien. The surreal designs you see before you are the work of Alex Riss, an artist who strives to imagine aliens with genuinely unique appearances. He also worked behind the scenes on the various aliens of the video game Subnautica. Alex Riss is an awesome designer and world builder, and I have links to where you can follow and support him in this video's description. And Alex Riss's magnum opus of world building is his Buran project, a saga exploring the world of an intelligent species called the Buran. So much
It
of this
almost looks a
world
bit like
has been
Kenshi.
fleshed out, from the
Kenshin,
geography to the
Kenshi?
history to
Kenshi,
biology
that
to the
game.
culture, and it's all so inventive and so detailed that it's going to be a challenge to explore everything in just one video. So I'll be splitting this entry into the archive into 2 full parts, with this part covering the early stages of Buran civilization. So let's get started and
Willie, a
begin our deep dive
creepypasta.
into an incredible alien world. The saga takes place on the planet Criera. This planet is Earth-like in size and density and features a similar gaseous mixture in the atmosphere. The planet is more oceanic than our world, however, with a higher relative ratio of water to land mass. The planet is orbited by Ka Ira, a moon much like the one which revolves around the Earth. The planet Creera is also orbited by Male, a smaller stellar object which is essentially an asteroid caught in the gravitational pull of the planet's moon. Alex imagines Creera as a dry hothouse, much warmer across the globe than the average temperatures on Earth. Those red spots on the planet might look like harsh environments, but that color is actually coming from this world's equivalent of plant life, just like how our green plants change the appearance of Earth when viewed from space. The predominantly red plants of Creera suggest the star it orbits gives off more green and blue light than our own, and the plants have adapted colors to better absorb that light. The planet's temperature also means it lacks polar ice caps like Earth has. This has a strong effect on the planet's jet stream and oceanic currents. Our storms are small in comparison to the meteorological surges that occur on Creera, which is frequently ravaged by tsunamis and tropical cyclones. If you look closely at the map, you'll see all land masses, oceans, and even smaller geographical features have their own name, an awesome level of detailed world building. Due to Buran activity, much of the planet's middle region eventually becomes a superheated wasteland, although we'll talk more about this disaster at the end of the video. For now, let's discuss the Buran themselves and how they first evolved. Alex Reese breaks down how the long-extinct basket worms are an early predecessor to the Buran, featuring a primitive version of their four-lobed mouth and simple eyes that eventually became the complex Buran eye stalks, an impressive level of world building. And modern Buran bodies are insanely complicated. The biology of the species is so different from our own, it might be difficult at a glance to determine where a Buran starts and where it ends. The Buran are hexapods, or six-limbed species, 4 limbs used for movement and 2 used for manipulation. In size, they are roughly comparable to deer, although their brain power is analogous to a human's. Here you can see further details of a Buran's head. Buran have 4 eyes at the end of stalks, which allows them to perceive 4 distinct visual fields. Buran can also retract their eye stalks for protection while under threat. You can also see Buran mainly breathe through apertures near their eyes called spiracles, which are analogous to the openings which lead to the respiratory systems of Earth organisms like manta rays. Buran mouths are also quite shocking at a glance, possessing 4 lobes like all of the quadrilaterians on this planet, and a menacing internal beak-like structure that suits their carnivorous diet. Buran also have specialized body parts called wings, although they aren't actually for the purpose of flight, but are in fact specialized organs to shed heat and communicate with one another. Going into greater detail with Buran biology, Alex Reese has even mapped out how the Buran run, with a complete cycle showing the biomechanics of their locomotion. As a side note, this visual reminds me of the famous 19th century photo series, The Horse in Motion. Here, we also have a glimpse of baby Buran, which are small and covered in a layer of fuzz like newborn chicks. Unlike baby birds, however, this fuzz won't ever form into feathers. Instead, the short hair on a baby Buran is to protect them from parasites in the tropical climate where their species evolve. The plate-like growths around the base of each eye stalk serve a similar protective purpose. While these adaptations are not as useful after the Buran industrialized, they were vital when the Buran, which are an egg-laying species, lived in vulnerable nesting units before the dawn of civilization. The dynamics of prehistoric Buran social groups were highly complex, and something Alex Reese breaks down in various infographics. Inventive stuff. Beyond the Buran, there's a whole ecosystem of unique life forms which have evolved alongside them. Most of the complex life on planet Creera have evolved a similar 4-sided mouth and eye structure due to the widespread success of early species like the basket worms. The wave dancer is a mid-sized flying predator not unlike a bird on Earth. The species hunts by gliding over the water, searching for prey with their lower eyes, then pitching up and diving down quickly into the ocean to catch aquatic animals, a strategy similar to some seabirds on our planet.
Boom!
Under the waves, various organisms propagate, including the enormous Sardu, a dolphin-like creature that can stun prey with powerful electric shocks from organs housed in their elongated horizontal jaws. Aside from these giants of the sea, in deeper waters lurks the cloakmouth, a terrifying predator from deep in Creera's oceans. This species draws in prey with the luminescent lure in the center of its mouth, then clamps its massive jaws around them. Another frightening animal within the oceans of planet Creera is the reef antlerworm, a marine predator that hides within the aquatic debris waiting for prey, then lunges out and lashes onto the unlucky victim, pulling it into its massive jaws. Certainly not a species you'd want to encounter. On land, one predator which evolved from the same stock as the Burin is the Pseudoraptor, a species that lives on arid plains and brings down grazing creatures by latching onto their hides with those deadly-looking curved claws at the tips of their forearms. Another intimidating species. And finally, there are also the giants, a second intelligent species on planet Creera, who are distant relatives of the smaller, more intelligent Burin. The giants' intelligence is somewhere between that of a parrot, which for the record are quite smart, and a human. In sheer size, the giants are close to an Earth Hadrosaurus. While you can probably imagine the giants and the Burin have a long and often complicated history, the giants are relatively peaceful and mostly prefer to be left alone. Here, Alex Reese imagines a young Burin observing a giant, holding their wings flat to their body in a sign of awe, and the giant seems to accept this gesture of goodwill. Moving from biology to early history, as the dominant species on planet Creera, the Burin have a long and detailed past. These ruins of an ancient gate represent the height of pre-industrial Burin civilization. The massive twin statues showcase the might of a Burin empire now lost to time. As the centuries passed, Burin culture would become more advanced. Here's an image of Burin from the southern Che nations, in a relaxing inner sanctum with the walls painted a calming, meditative blue to create an air of tranquility. In particular, I really like the seats present in this image, as they're well adapted for the comfort of something shaped like a Burin. Eventually, Burin society would industrialize, learning that the masses of dead plants which make up the planet's coastal forest regions
video probably
could be
does,
made
Nathan.
into
You can
a
find
fuel.
it in
the Burin
the
used this
community
fuel to
outreach
power
section, Case of
seafaring
Mondays,
vessels
where
like the
Mr.
one
Rob
you see
posted.
here, designed
That's where
to
I
cut through the
think
mat
easiest way
of
to find it. The other
vegetation
channel name
in
is
the float
Curious
forest.
Archive, so you
And
can
like
find
our
it there
own
too.
history, as Burin civilization becomes more and more modern, crises and clashes between different groups arose. Here, a group of displaced Burin battle against the armored warrior Burin, forcing them out of the region where they live. A grim scene indeed. Yet beyond the suffering on the ground, at the height of this first age of Burin technological complexity, the species created this unique vessel, called the Spear, to venture out beyond their solar system. This incredible complex machine took a half-century to complete. Yet as the Spear drifted among the outer planets, back on Creera, Burin civilization was truly collapsing. After over 1,000 years of development, Creera, already hotter than Earth before the Burin industrialized, is eventually pushed over the edge into an apocalyptic collapse called the Fall. Much of the planet became too hot to inhabit, with the region in red, called the Kiln, becoming an impassable barrier. In this world, technology is forgotten by the surviving North and South Burin populations, which are completely cut off from one another. Vast ships are also left to rust on the dried seas within the Kiln, leaving behind a desolate, ruined landscape. At this point in time, it was unclear whether the Burin civilization would ever recover. While the future of the Burin is long and exceptional, that's all we have time for in this video, although I'll be back with a part 2 on Burin civilization after the Fall. In the meantime, I'd encourage you to check out more of Alex Reese's outstanding work. Once again, links are in the description. Alex Reese is also planning to release a full book about this incredible world sometime in the future, so stay tuned for that. Also, thanks for watching. If you enjoyed this entry, please lend your support, and like, subscribe, and hit the notification icon to stay up to date on all things curious. See you in the next video.
Alright, time for the midway point. You know what that means, chat. At least you should. Ring girl time. Jade West is her name. Here we go.
This is a
Bodhi.
Yeah, that's the winner. Number 3? 4. Bobby Orr. 4. Makes sense. Providence Bruins. So Luke, there you go. That's the difference between Uncle Big Cat and Uncle Dave. Big Cat, Uncle Dave is more of an ass man. Always have been. Uncle Big Cat going for the breast. We can teach you both. Oh, you guys missed it. Thank God Luke was asleep. What happened? We had a little, how would I describe it?
They touched
generals.
They touched
with the mistletoe.
vagina.
With the mistletoe? No, with their hands. Well, they had the mistletoe above it. So they had to.
Plus, he was
so they were
had to.
contractually obligated to.
Yeah, it was sexual in
Contractually
nature.
obligated.
And Four, who's
and
now
there's
she's
Tiny Taxi.
grinding. So Four is just having the time of her life.
Oh, here we go.
I mean, she's not revealing nothing, Lars.
Well, I don't know.
There we go.
You changed it right there. It's all about perspective, Jerry.
Yes, it is.
Yeah,
Yes,
the
it is.
elevator smells different when you're a midget.
Everything smells different when you're a midget.
Robbie Fox here, rough and rowdy commentator and ringside
Alrighty, there we go with
If
that.
you're new to the channel, make sure you subscribe. New videos.
For the spooky ramen, you sent this in. Lost VHS tape, Henry MP4. Oh boy, 1985. Oh, hi, Porky. Oh, no. Just put Zach Baggins on for now. We gotta have the spooky. Spook. Year later. That's not creepy. Something's gonna fucking happen. There it is. I don't trust it. 6 Saturdays at Slappy's, that's good. That's funny, ramen. I know something's gonna happen. Just taking a minute, it's gonna be fucking spooky. There it is! His dead doll eyes. This motherfucker. The music stopped. That means something spookier is gonna happen now. What do you want? Oh boy. Hope you couldn't. You're a fucking puppet. Unless that's not a puppet. Oh no. Only feel pain. Oh Lord. Oh, now he turns, damn. Oh no. Stop. Stay back there. Don't get any closer. Oh, no. Wow, okay, thanks, Ramen. Strog, you sent this in. It's Strog lore. Timeline presented. I'm not even gonna read that. Bitterman, stepchild, all that stuff. If you know, you know, chat.
Hard to believe. This behemoth, this engine of destruction that cut through us like we were nothing. It's finally silent. All those lives, shattered in an instant, and for what? If only we'd known what awaited us on this forsaken rock.
Peeker, sorry I sent you out beyond the drone distance parameter. Overcautious since the incident. Now you're non-functional and waiting for a replacement neurosite. Strange being droneless, lonely even with perpetual Strog communication.
Wow.
Data Brain, my drone is still offline. As long as you're inert, it's more rational to record to you anyway. My deployment was cancelled. What is an infiltrator without its drone? Cerberon seems empty. Almost all Strog were sent to harvest the humans. It is quiet.
As these brave soldiers took the fight to the Strogs home planet.
Command. Slipgate transit successful. Strogos, atmospheric incursion successful. Alien Overlord is go. Repeat. Alien Overlord is go.
Gravity well online. Strog fleet ready for attack.
Strog's biggest mistake of all, taking on humanity. What a dumb idea that was.
Today it rained food. Our EMP generator disabled hundreds of their assault pods in one burst. My new directive, search for intact humans and bring them to receiving. Bring all other human components to processing. I'm grateful for the work, even if it is tedious. I have identified no survivors.
No idea if this thing's even recorded. It looks like a few internal systems rebooted off the emergency life support battery.
Ah,
but I don't
whammon.
have screens to tell me which ones. All major systems are offline. Patch release failed. So did the emergency backup because this pod's a piece of shit, and I'm going to die without firing a goddamn
Data Brain, a guard reported a lone human survivor advancing toward the outer base. Macron has ordered all units to kill it on sight, except me. As the sole infiltrator left in Cerberon, my duty is to surveil the human and record its death. Macron gave me specific instructions not to engage the human in combat under any circumstance. Only me, irrational, but I cannot question it even if Macron seems deranged.
This is Unit Alpha 808, Lance Corporal Athena Hayes, Terran Coalition Marine Expeditionary Force recording.
It seems unstoppable. It has disposed of hundreds of Strog.
Location unknown. Traps and drop pod. Sounds of engagement audible but distant and fading.
The human single-handedly assaulted the
All about the
incarceration
Strog,
complex
Dakota.
and disabled the
Now
security
our chat
grid.
member and his people.
This should not be possible.
Board
I could stop the human. It has likely never encountered an infiltrator. It would not detect me. But I cannot question Macron. Macron sees what I am seeing. I cannot. I must. Macron, human has disabled EMP generator. To all warlords, surviving humans are making their way to your sectors. The gravity well is being targeted for destruction. One is attempting to reach the moon base. Lock down every entry point to our ships. This one is not like the others. I shall take care of it myself.
Main character.
While the destruction of the planetary defense system marks a significant victory for Earth's forces, the mission is far from complete. The black hole generator remains active. The gravity well still ensnares human capital ships within the planet's atmosphere. The Strog counterfleet is nearing readiness, and perhaps most crucially, the Macron is still breathing.
Re-establish contact with ground unit. Paint us a clean target.
Although there is still much to be accomplished, Bitterman, Stepchild, and Joker now have access to a new asset, the airstrike marker.
Yep.
Stepchild receives orders to target a crucial anti-aircraft cannon. The successful elimination of this defense will grant Earth's air forces much-needed breathing room in the skies above. While the demolition of the cannon is a crucial step in weakening Strogg defenses, it's a task that pales in comparison to the importance of the asset it shields. The research hangars are particularly noteworthy as they house an experimental Strogg fighter. Though its capabilities are not fully understood, the urgency from command to capture it suggests that it's far more potent than standard models. For Stepchild, seizing this experimental fighter serves a dual purpose: eliminating a threat to humanity and also securing a way back to Earthfleet once the gravity well is neutralized.
Of course, they're named Deimos and Phobos, so shout out to Doom. Of course it is.
Meanwhile, Joker is tasked with deploying an airstrike on the Strogg refinery, a critical structure that fuels the enemy's counterfleet efforts.
Alien booty.
This refinery sits adjacent to a strategic hub, the spaceport. Serving as a vital transit point, the spaceport facilitates the movement of materials across the planet and shuttles supplies to the moon base. Given its significance, security is predictably tight. Joker will need to ingeniously stow away on a Strogg ship, blending in undetected to carry out his mission. However, a twist of fate complicates matters. The airstrike marker crucial for destroying the fuel container is nowhere to be found.
Pack leader to recon 4 airstrike marker stolen by Gek Raven Party. Gek's heading back to industrial complex.
You've got to be kidding me. The Geks have stolen the airstrike marker. Command is tracking them. They move fast. Now they're at the water treatment plant and back in the swamp. Well, shit.
To Joker's frustration, the Geks have run off with the marker, retreating deep into their sanctuaries. This section of the swamp bears a strong resemblance to the areas he previously navigated upon his landing, yet there is a notable increase in Gek activity.
Get him, Joker.
While the spaceport is essential for transportation logistics, there exists an even more critical facility in terms of the Strogg's offensive capabilities: the Cerberon hangar sector. Nestled in the heart of the Strogg capital, serves as the nerve center for their fleet operations. It is here where Bitterman sets his sights as Operation Alien Overlord advances into its third phase: the destruction of the Black Hole Generator.
Yep.
Should the Marines succeed in disabling the Black Hole Generator, the consequences would be twofold. Not only would it cripple the Strogg's capacity for extraplanetary invasion, but it would also sever Earth's forces from their homeward path, possibly stranding them on Stroggos. The return journey could be exceedingly prolonged, echoing the extensive 69 years it took for the Strogg to send their slipgate to Earth after initially detecting human existence.
I need one of those damned Commander biochip. No choice now. It's either backtracking or pushing into the research lab. I can't shake this weird feeling about this place. I'm sure I caught a snippet of human voices behind that door.
Oh no.
They take our flesh, studied while still awake, never really die. The horrors, our minds, hell, we ask their help, but they won't.
That's not terrifying.
Make it stop fast again. It hurt. Kill me.
This segment of the base unveils once again disturbing vision to the Strogg's barbarity. Marines are detained here, but not for the familiar reasons of subjugation or nourishment. Instead, they are exposed to chilling experiments. All seems related to pain and dismemberment. We can assume that every species the Strogg have encountered was brought to this location for an exhaustive analysis, uncovering their inner workings, and learning as much as possible for better assimilation. This is the crucible where the most unspeakable nightmares are forged, and those nightmares roam freely here, personified by the Strogg's most horrific creations.
Those things look fucking terrifying.
Most unnerving are the parasites, monstrous crossbreeds of canine and humanoid, fitted with nightmarish, semi-organic tubes tipped with sharp metal points. These tubes are hurled with precision, designed to pierce their victim, draining away their life essence until all that's left is a lifeless husk. But the parasites are far from alone in their uniqueness. The brains, wretched abominations of flesh and horrors, wield similar appendages with equal sadism. These tendrils not only draw life from their victims, but also ensnare and pull them into the reach of their razor-sharp hooks. As if this weren't cruel enough, they also possess a chilling ability to emit lasers from their eyes, marking them as deadly threats at any range. Among the grotesqueries in the Strogg's arsenal, the medics stand out with a particularly macabre function. Resembling centaurs, these abominations are equipped with tubes eerily reminiscent of their terrifying kin. But instead of siphoning vitality, they use these appendages to reanimate fallen Strogg comrades, indiscriminately breathing life into whatever corpse they find. Yet, even more harrowing, a more potent variant, is the medic commander. This malevolent entity can not only resurrect, but also summon fresh Strogg reinforcements through a portal-like ability.
Data Brain, Peter and I have tracked the human. It is a good drone. I exalt Macron for my new mission. Cerberon has been so dull since the second wave deployment. Most remaining here are former Grice, and transforming them to Strogg requires removal of most of the neocortex, so they do not communicate much. They mostly stand around in odd places, waiting for an enemy target. Sometimes any target. The human is the only entertainment.
The disturbing technological strides made by the Stroggs spark chilling inquiries about their roots. Over centuries, their true appearance would have become obscured, lost amidst a blend of technological grafts and myriads of assimilated species. It's inferred that the Stroggs were not always these monstrous machines. One theory suggests that they were once a more peaceful civilization, which underwent a drastic transformation when war-focused leaders seized control. This shift in governance would escalate without being stopped, reshaping their entire civilization into one centered around technology and assimilation. Another hypothesis posits that the Strogg's peaceful ancestors might have unearthed some dark, corrupting power. This malevolent force would have infected their society, enslaving them to the horrors we see today. A different line of speculation delves into the realm of creation. Some believe the Strogg were engineered by another race or entity. In these narratives, their creators either vanished mysteriously, were annihilated by their own creation, or are still present, but not in our world.
Macron, the human is nearing inner hangar. Macron, request immediate permission to process human.
Macron's voice is silent.
I wasn't supposed to be here. Lainey, she was the one who was going to be a soldier. Global Defense Force officer. Follow in the footsteps, family tradition. Make mom and dad proud. They groomed her entire life for this. And she washes out 3 weeks from graduation. Didn't even try to hide that she'd done it on purpose.
The war on Stroggos has largely been chronicled through the harrowing experiences of 3 tenacious Marines. However, Quake Champions widens the narrative lens, bringing forth 2 intriguing new viewpoints: the clandestine maneuvers of Infiltrator 1815, who finds himself curiously restrained from attacking Bitterman, and the unfortunate fate of Athena, who despite her adverse circumstances has managed to survive. During the Earth invasion, Infiltrator units mastered subterfuge. They hacked systems, teleported past barriers, and could even disguise themselves to look exactly like those they'd captured. Stealthy and armed with blades for quiet kills, Infiltrators were silent but deadly foes.
Isn't that Quake 3?
Their most critical tool was the drone, part spy camera, part bomb, perfect for scouting and
Quake 4?
sabotage.
Have you played the Infiltrator
Now,
before?
after suffering heavy losses during the Earth invasion, only one of their kind remains, marking him as a rare and valuable asset in the ongoing conflict. Then we meet Athena. Born into a military family, she joined the Terran Coalition of Man, driven by a quest for purpose and the desire to live up to her family's legacy, one her sister had abandoned. Her training was abruptly halted by the Strog's assault on Earth, and years later, she found herself deployed to Strogos as part of Operation Alien Overlord. Once mirroring Earth in its vibrant diversity, Strogos now lies as a striking example to the ravages of unchecked and extensive industrialization. Its transformation into an environmental wasteland manifests the Strogs' profound indifference to their once thriving planet. This is most evident when Stepchild has to find a new way to the research hangar after destroying the anti-aircraft gun. Located across a lava-filled canyon, the hangar containing the Strog's experimental fighter had its bridge locked from the other side. Fortunately, luck was with him.
Primary target, immediate airstrike.
The destruction of the anti-aircraft gun had broken a pipe, opening an unforeseen route across the perilous chasm. Driven by a colossal radioactive reactor, the facility is a hotbed of dangerous experimentation, churning out immense volumes of hazardous waste. This waste is first sealed in containment pods and then buried deep underground. However, this is merely a prelude to its final destructive chapter. The waste is ultimately consigned to the fiery depths of lava pools, unleashing plumes of toxic fumes ventilated to the outside.
Wow.
Beyond the limits of Cerberon, a semblance of environmental responsibility can be uncovered near the refinery in the industrial sector. Here, the water treatment plant deals with heavily polluted water, necessitating extensive treatment to lower its toxicity for what is deemed a safer
Quake Arena
release.
is not good.
Safer is a relative term, however, as evidenced by the heavy mutations observed in the local fauna, which have suffered significantly due to the ongoing pollution. For Joker, there's no time to dwell on these environmental tragedies, as he's immediately thrust into a desperate fight for survival against the relentless Gex.
I've tracked them to their den. Every corner of this planet has its surprises. They've placed the marker atop a stone pedestal, treating it with reverence as if it's some sacred relic. And now they're chanting? At this point, I shouldn't even be surprised.
Get him, Joker.
Viper Squadron to Recon 4, commencing delivery. Clear the area. Repeat, clear the area.
With the mission accomplished, Command informed Joker of a new plan. The hangars served as the main hub of a significant starport, where the Strog dispatched shipments to their moon base. Intelligence has detected supplies being loaded onto a ship, but its main hatch is blocked by a force field. If Joker could sneak into the cargo, he could board the ship undetected and take control of it
and that uses
once
the Doom
inside.
3 engine too.
The nature of the cargo explained how the security won't detect him. Captured Marines, likely remnants from Joker's earlier assault, their fate and purpose for being sent alive to the moon base remain unclear. Perhaps the Strog have special laboratories, factories, or Stroyant production facilities dedicated to that base. Their fate will remain a mystery.
Ugh, the smell. Who knows how many have died in this crate? Never in a million drills did I picture winding up in a mess like this. Once the ship reaches space, I'll have to find the bridge as quickly as possible before the whole crew knows I'm here.
The freighter's key sections were defined by function. The engineering bay, the heart of operations, the cargo hold, packed with supplies and, in this case, Marines. The security block, with prisoner cells and security systems. The medical bay for emergencies, and the vital system core, a nexus of the ship's operations. Command was held on the bridge, Joker's imminent target. It's here that tanks and gunners orchestrated the freighter's operations. Should the entire bridge crew be neutralized, the ship's self-destruct sequence would begin, leaving Joker mere moment to stop it.
Came across a tank commander being repaired. I was able to grab his head before heading back to the hangar. But, I don't know. There's this strange sensation of someone or something watching me.
He is being watched.
Bitterman has now secured a commander biochip which grants him passage through the hangar. But before he can seal the hangar doors, a familiar foe emerges. Another Hornet. Armed to the teeth with dual chain guns for relentless firing and an underslung rocket launcher capable of launching 4 rockets simultaneously, the Hornet is part of the Strog's elite forces, which include formidable entities such as the Super Tank. Despite their immense power, these units don't seem to be regarded as warlords, but rather as advanced combat vehicles. Their design is a fusion of machinery with what remains of their organic bodies, melded seamlessly to create deadly hybrids of flesh and technology. In this echelon of might, Stepchild is soon to confront another fearsome adversary, the Carrier.
Hell yeah, get that music pumping. Kill these Xenomaster.
Boasted an arsenal of weapon systems, from twin chain guns and rail guns to grenade and quad rocket launchers. Moreover, it possessed the unsettling ability to summon flyers to its aid, or hurl them like homing missiles that detonated upon impact.
Kamikaze fighters.
Recon Zulu 10 acquired experimental Strog fighter, prep for liftoff.
Having vanquished the Carrier, Stepchild witnessed the Strog fighter prototype ascend from a concealed hatch, its formidable design making clear why High Command had prioritized its capture. Now, with the advanced craft in Allied hands and his escape assured, he could focus on the primary objective, neutralizing the gravity well. The device's colossal nature defied simple ballistic destruction. Instead, High Command had determined that an antimatter bomb would be required to ensure the mission's success. Consequently, Stepchild's next directive led him to a major Strog munitions facility to procure such a weapon. Inside the facility, the manufacture of antimatter bombs was not a matter of simply picking one off the shelf. Stepchild needed to forge the bomb's antimatter core and containment pod, utilizing the Strog's own manufacturing equipment, which employed theolite crystals.
Macron, human has disabled hangar doors. Advise. Macron, human has entered launch command. Advise.
Silent on the Macron then.
Macron, I do not understand runes or magic. Clarify. Request immediate permission to process human. Advise.
Been stuck in this tin coffin for, days now. Still undetected by Strog, which is a plus. And also undetected by TC forces if there are any left. Which means suffocation or starvation when LS systems finally run out of juice, probably soon, so yeah, that's maybe less of a plus.
There it is. Strog's most valuable technology. Who knows how much time they've used it, how much worlds they've consumed. If only our scientists could look at it and study its workings. The command was clear. destroy it. It's too dangerous to be left standing.
The generator's lifeblood is a colossal CPU tied to an elaborate grid of coolant pipes, all orchestrated by a central computer system. Complicating Bitterman's advance, the installation is heavily guarded. The narrow corridors and limited room to maneuver, amplified by the threat of powerful enemies, only complicate matters. The focus shifts to Joker's mission. Heavy Strogg presence and the noticeable change in gravity welcome him as he steps into the moon base. Ahead lies his crucial goal, infiltrating the command center to shut down the 4 induction coils and initiate the reactor's overload. However, the straightforward route leading to the reactor control is blocked. This forces him to reroute through a labyrinth of underground tunnels. The floor is frozen, rendering each step a precarious endeavor as guards open fire, but this also allows for unexpected agility and enhanced movement.
Command, I have eyes on the reactor shutdown switch, but...
Get in there, Joker.
Something's not right.
Uh-oh, is that the Macron?
It's... the Macron?
Oh, no.
All units, we have target confirmation for EOD on enemy launch computers and black hole generator.
Macron, human is nearing singularity generator.
What if this is exactly what the Strogg wanted? Taking down their black hole generator, ensuring no one else gets their hands on it. Stranding us here on Strogos, no reinforcements coming, leaving us isolated.
Negative, Joker. Our readings say the Macron is still in Cerberon Palace. That must have been one of their warlords.
Well, he was sure tough to take down. Command, I have a bad feeling about this. What if we're mistaken? Operation Alien Overlord, their leaderships. What if they can just build more of them?
Macron, I have sent drone to strike human target.
What if they're not what we assumed? Not just scattered units, but something more unified.
Macron, condone my self-will or advise immediately.
Starting moon-based destruction. Getting back to evac point now.
All units, we have a disable and destroy order on enemy central computers.
I will stop the human now. For the Strogg.
Uh-oh.
The hell was that?
That's it, we're clear. What the hell happened out there, sir? It's over. For now.
Initiate scan. Acquired personnel.
With the black hole generator now neutralized, Operation Alien Overlord entered its 4th phase. This was the prelude to the main assault, leading Bitterman to potentially the most heavily fortified stronghold on Strogos. Leading to the palace's entrance is a rugged natural landscape marked by a large river, cliff edges, and a scattering of small caves. In this challenging terrain, Bitterman seizes an opportunity to use an airstrike marker, targeting fuel containers to clear his path. Beyond this obstacle lies the Palace of Cerberon, a stronghold unparalleled in its fortifications. Distinct from the typical Strogg architectural aesthetic, the Palace of Cerberon is adorned with details that seem almost alien to their martial nature. Carpeted floors, intricate carvings, and most notably, mysterious symbols depicting runes akin to those found on portals in the Dreamland. Navigating the fortress is a challenge. Riddled with traps, force fields, and locked, heavy doors, The palace itself forced Bitterman to embark on a search for keys and consoles within its bowels to get past these barriers.
Gravity well identified. Green light to disable and destroy at all cost. Priority Alpha.
Stepchild, having meticulously assembled the antimatter bomb, was now at the most critical juncture of his mission, the gravity well. Planting the bomb was straightforward, but he knew the Strogs would not leave such a critical location unguarded. The ultimate challenge lay just ahead, the Black Widow Guardian. This colossal foe cast a menacing silhouette, blocking Stepchild's path to the gravity well. She was not just a heavily armed adversary, she could also summon stalkers, escalating the threat level of her already deadly blaster and railgun fire. Though little was confirmed about her origins, the depictions on the wall suggested she might be one of the warlords of Strogos, a theory that remained unverified.
That should do it. The communication laser is out of order. Macron is now isolated on top of his tower. Nowhere to go. For every life you've taken, this ends now. Hey, Tinhead!
Ah, the human. The one-man army. You are more tenacious than he. Vanquishing me will turn the tide. I am merely a fragment, a fleeting shadow before beings of unimaginable power.
Perhaps, but every giant falls one piece at a time.
Naive human. My demise would be but a ripple in the vast ocean of the Strog's grand scheme. As for your end, I will savor every moment of your destruction, relishing in your final futile gasps. And when you are no more, rest assured, every part of you will be repurposed. And you will become one of us.
We'll see about that.
The Macron had retreated to his hideout, a fortress perched on an asteroid orbiting Strogos. To Bitterman's dismay, a special asset awaited him there, the Jorg. This colossal exosuit, a fusion of mechanical and unknown biological components, was the Macron's chosen armor. Boasting remarkable resilience, the Jorg presented a formidable barrier. It had to be destroyed first before Bitterman could even hope to target its pilot. The Macron emerges as a towering figure of war, a seamless blend of machinery and the enigmatic remnants of an unknown being, its brain. This lone surviving organic element steers a daunting battlesuit equipped with a swift hyperblaster, a railgun positioned in place of a head, and of course, the mighty BFG.
And of course, as a BFG has fucking arms.
Fight!
Hey, did you know these things were made by id, everybody? Well, they're made by id.
Humans are deluded if you think you can defeat us. We are the Strog. Our very existence is defined by war, our purpose honed for conquest, and our survival fueled by assimilation.
Try to assimilate this, you alien piece of shit!
Also, she has a secondary form too. Nice. Giant spider. His brain fell out.
Private Stepchild calling the Demos. Stepchild calling the Demos. I've planted the charges on the gravity well generator. Inform all remaining ground troops to evacuate the area.
Copy that, Stepchild. Now get out of there.
Roger. Stepchild out.
Security breach detected. You are not clear for takeoff.
Shit, I'm not going to make it.
But he did make it.
Stepchild Demos. Did it work?
Hell yes, it worked, Private. We're reporting total destruction of primary target and huge secondary chain reaction explosions all across the planet's surface. Nothing's living on that rock.
What about the others?
There aren't that many left to retrieve, Stepchild. You're one of the lucky few that made it out of that inferno in one piece.
Whoa!
Attention all units. Prepare to board your designated transports immediately. Operation Alien Overlord is complete. We are now commencing the main assault. Repeat, all units to your transports for immediate departure. The main assault on Stragos is about to begin.
That's Bitterman. Or Joker, I think it's Bitterman.
Data Brain, I failed. The human destroyed the singularity generator. There was a blast. I regained function after a duration. The first thing I heard was Pika circling me. I have sustained unidentified damage. Is it my neurosight?
Great. Half the viewport's blocked. Best I can tell, I'm in a stone ruin. And I mean in it. Pods stuck halfway in the wall near the ceiling. Combat happening here. I've seen more than one firefight now. Cyborgs, aliens I've never seen, and a Marine. I think an old bulky body armor. Someone new coming into... Jesus. Anyone gets this record, they're gonna think I'm crazy.
Oh,
it's
for fucking Quake Arena. Actually, not Quake Arena, the other one, the new one that she's a part of.
This can't be real. Where the fuck am I?
I have lost communication with the
He's in there,
strong.
he got blasted there.
I concluded
So
that
did
my
he, too.
optoceptors were damaged because I was seeing a landscape that was not Stragos. But remote drone vision shows the same place.
Okay. That last entry was embarrassing. Fuck. Life support's failing. Hatch still jammed. I think I can reroute power from the system still working into an electrical discharge. If I wait until one of the cyborgs is nearby, they may see it or feel it. If not, I'll slowly suffocate or die of thirst. If they do, they'll probably try to kill me. But they'll have to break open the pod to get to me. Maybe I can survive the first blast from one of those guns. And yeah, bad odds, but I'm dead if I don't try.
The shockwave from the destroyed generator must have caused a spatial folding. I kept you safe, Databrain, and at least Pika is here with me. We must find Stroyant.
And there it is. Thanks, Strog.
This concludes our journey through the first wave invasion timeline of Strogos. But our adventure is far from over.
Not
We
done
still
yet.
have the entire story of Quake 4 to explore in future videos, where we'll
Yep.
follow Corporal Kane and the Rhino Squad. Their story is yet to reveal all the horrors that the Strog have in store. If you've enjoyed this video, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more content.
Good shit, Strog.
Thank you for watching. Until
Our
next time.
video. Ramen, you sent this in. Time to get Zach Baggins back up, because it's getting spooky in here. I'm spooked. That's not terrifying. Well then. Uh-oh. Oh God. Oh shit, got him. Oh, now he's sitting up too. Is that Bond from Walton Files? Because it sure looks like him. Got some scary chompers. Oh no. Oh no, that face in the corner. Alright, where's the demon? Come on, the silence means it's gonna be something spooky. Or not. Oh, well, there it is. How you thought you got me. Nope, I knew. Haha. Some marketable plushie. Alright, thanks, Ramen. Moving on. See you, Synthesin.
That's him.
No.
Hello everybody, Shrouded Hand here. I've covered some weird stuff on this channel, but even for me this might be one of the weirdest. The Michelin Man. He's pretty unthreatening, sort of a friendly marshmallow person. But what if I told you a number of people have reported seeing an entity which they describe as looking exactly like the Michelin Tire Man?
Look at him.
I first heard about this phenomenon in a book called Trucker Ghost Stories by Annie Wilder. In it she relates something that happened to her back in 1985. If you listen to my last Spooky Stories to Fall Asleep to video, you'll have heard this already, but I'll briefly relate the details of the events. Annie Wilder was driving from North Dakota to Minnesota with her sister and two brothers in the car. Because it was a long journey, Annie and her brother took turns driving. Not long after heading off, they drove into a massive blizzard which made driving really treacherous, but instead of stopping, they just kept driving through the night. Later the next morning, after dropping off one of her brothers, Annie was at the wheel driving the last few hours on the I-95. It was about 4 AM, she was sleep deprived and half blinded by the constant whirling, hypnotic snow. At this point, her sister is asleep in the passenger seat next to her and her brother is sleeping on the back seat. Up ahead on the road, she sees the red lights of an articulated lorry, and as she pulls closer she sees at first what she takes to be a bundle of rags or a loose tarp flapping on the back of the truck. But as she gets closer still, she sees that it's actually the Michelin Man, hanging onto the back of the truck, attached by what looked like handcuffs or a metal claw on the end of his arm. She even sees his cartoon face looking back and smiling at her. Even stranger still, she notices that the Michelin Man is moving. He keeps looking ahead, then turning back to look at her, and then he waves his arms in a motion as if to say, "Come on, come on." Now, you might say that a sleep-deprived and highly stressed person driving into a hypnotic snowstorm might simply be hallucinating, but then her sister woke up and said, "Do you see that marshmallow man on the back of the truck?" They followed the truck for about 2 hours, so this wasn't some brief sighting, and they both talked together about what they were seeing. Eventually they drove off the I-95 and lost sight of him, but she's been mystified by the sighting ever since. As far as Michelin Man encounters go, it sounds like Annie Wilder met the friendly modern day Tire Man, which is lucky for her because the Michelin Man used to be kind of terrifying.
Oh God.
Did you know that his real name is Bibendum, short for Nunc est bibendum, a Latin phrase that translates as "now is the time to drink," which is kind of weird for a car tyre mascot. Early attempts to create a Bibendum suit were pretty horrifying, as were the promotional figurines. I mean, look at this one.
Man.
Why have they made him look like he's drinking blood from a giant vat? I don't know. And did you know that in the early days the Michelin Man spent most of his time smoking cigars and kicking shit out of people? Look at this one. POV
Wow,
getting kicked in the face by Bibendum wearing leopard print underpants. And how about this? A giant Michelin Man controlling the human population like puppets. Here's one that'll give you nightmares. Michelin Man's just stabbed 3 mummies to death and he's stamping on the neck of another as it pleads for its life. And it's Roman times, which means he must be at least 1500 years old today. Now, I'm not saying that the Michelin Man is some kind of ancient, undying, eldritch abomination. That would be against YouTube's terms of service. What I am saying is, meeting the Michelin Man might seem like fun and games, until you realise that you could be meeting this thing.
Ancient One, the Michelin Man.
And there have been many more sightings. The earliest sighting I know of happened here in the UK and it dates back to 1926. Late one night in 1926, a young boy named Henry Thomas was playing hide and seek with 2 of his friends. This happened in Bolton, Lancashire, and it was way past his bedtime. It was Henry's turn to be the seeker, so his friends ran off to hide. Now, I don't know exactly what sort of place he lived back then, but I know a lot of suburban housing in the north of England was these long terraces of houses with small, high-walled backyards that led out onto a narrow alleyway that ran between the houses. From reading the report, this is the kind of image it conjures up. As he was looking for his friends, he saw that the gate to someone's yard was slightly ajar and he went in to investigate. Inside the yard, he saw 3 strange humanoids looking into the back window of the house. Their outfits were made of bulky silver-grey tubes which made them look like the Michelin Man, except that they had transparent dome-like helmets connected via tubes to canisters on their backs. As Henry entered the yard, the 3 creatures suddenly spun round so that he could see their faces. Their heads were pale and shaped like light bulbs. They had narrow slits for eyes and mouths. One of the creatures made a weird gurgling noise, then all 3 of them advanced towards him. Naturally, he was terrified and he ran away, but he later said that although he was frightened, he didn't really feel threatened by the creatures and they seemed to be acting quite friendly. In the 50s there was a whole spate of sightings in France, which is strange given that Michelin is a French company. In 1950, a girl and her father were walking in a meadow in northern France when a ball of light dropped out of the sky and landed in front of them. When it stopped, they saw that it was a translucent saucer, and inside was a character of about 1.4 meters in height, and it looked like the Michelin Man, but it was wearing some sort of motorcycle helmet from which tubes emerged attached to canisters on its shoulders. The figure stood motionless, staring at the girl, and she was held transfixed to the spot. Then the saucer rose back into the sky and vanished. In 1954, a husband and wife were driving along the road, again in northern France, about 100 miles north of the last sighting. They saw a light ahead of them on the road, and when they got closer they saw that it was coming from a large shell-like object which was made of a white metallic material. Inside they saw a 4-foot humanoid in a rolled suit that looked like the Michelin Man but wearing a large helmet. The couple drove on without stopping. Strangely, the car's headlights went out as they got close to the shell and came on again when they got a distance away from it. The third French encounter happened a year later in Brittany over on the northwest. A college professor was heading home at around midnight when, in the college yard, he saw a dazzling blue light directed towards him like a spotlight. He saw that the light was coming from an enormous saucer-shaped craft floating a few feet above the ground. Walking on the ground underneath the craft were two humanoids of about 1.4 meters tall. Their outfits had rolls like the Michelin Man, but it was a metallic grey colour, and they had large helmets on their heads. On their bellies they carried black boxes with protruding wires. One of the creatures bent down and seemed to be picking up gravel from the floor, and the other peered into a window of an old boiler room. The professor was rooted to the spot, unable to move the whole time that the beam was directed towards him, until the creatures climbed back into their craft via a ladder in the bottom of it, and then they flew off into the sky.
Damn Michelin demons. Michaela-Mouse.
Between 1960 and 1979, there was a whole spate of sightings all over the world. One of the most famous encounters is from May of 1960, and it happened in Spain. A teacher was riding his motorcycle along the road when up ahead, on the embankment at the side of the road, a strange figure suddenly emerged. It was about 2 meters tall, completely red from head to foot, and it was walking in a mechanical, robotic fashion. He stopped his bike in amazement and watched this figure. Suddenly a second figure appeared. It was shorter than the first and dressed in the same red outfit except for one of its boots, which was black. As you can see from the illustrations drawn by the witness, these beings closely resemble the Michelin Man. The strange creatures walked across the road about 150 meters ahead of him, and then they went down a steep embankment out of sight. He drove forward to get a better look, but when he got close enough to see down the embankment, the humanoids had vanished without a trace. Similar figures were sighted 8 years later on the island of Reunion near Madagascar.
In French, France, we would say Réunion. La Réunion. La Réunion is how we would say it.
A farmer was walking through a forest when in a clearing he saw an oval-shaped cabin suspended a few meters off the ground. It was blue with a transparent window in the middle. He gave the following account. In the centre of the cabin were two individuals with their backs towards me.
Bubble buddy.
The one on the left turned right round and so faced me. He was standing small, about 90 centimetres in height, enveloped from head to feet in a sort of one-piece overall, a bit like the suit worn by the Michelin Man. The one on the right simply turned his head round towards me, but all the same I had time to catch a glimpse of his face, which was partly masked by some sort of helmet. They both turned their backs to me, and there was a flash, as strong as the electric arc of a welding machine. Everything went white around me, a powerful heat was given off, and then, as it were, a sort of blast of wind. And a few seconds later, there was nothing there anymore. I'm not going to go into every single Michelin Man encounter, that would take far too long. I'll put a link to a post on the Biggest Study blog, which gives a good outline of the various cases. You can find more detailed breakdowns of the individual cases elsewhere, but it's a good starting point, and as you read through each story, a pattern emerges. These encounters have a distinctly alien vibe to them. The flying crafts, the helmets and wires coming from the outfits, they give an impression of some kind of alien visitor wearing an atmospheric pressure suit. However, there are other sightings of Michelin Man entities that are more difficult to classify. For example, on r/humanoid encounters posted by Goofball John McGee, he says, I was reclining on my couch staring at the ceiling while I was listening to some music. After a little while I noticed myself zoning out to thoughts and theories and what-if scenarios that would just give me stress. So I snap out of it and look to my side, and there he is, the Michelin Man, about a foot away from my couch, hand held up and head leaning in towards me. He didn't look scary. I wasn't scared. I was just curious. It was as if he was about to grab me, but I saw him, and like some cartoon, he stopped midway, and I saw him walk backwards while still looking at me. He went behind the curtains of the gallery and just sort of disappeared between them. For some really strange reason, I didn't feel like getting up and investigating. I just laid back and resumed my music. Here's another weird one from the same subreddit, posted by Fantastic Will. When I was a young kid, maybe 5 or 6, I had an encounter with something almost like a cloud person. This happened on 2 separate occasions. The first time was in my kitchen, and as I turned the corner, it was almost like I caught this entity by surprise. It was in my mum's nightgown by the sink. The only part with definition was the gown. It had arms and I think legs, but it was almost shaped like the Michelin Man, and it was a translucent white that got brighter and denser the more inward you looked. It didn't speak but kind of waved its arms at me, not necessarily in a friendly manner but communicatively. The second time was about a year or 2 later. It was also in my kitchen. I was looking out the window at one the size of a child playing outside in my coat. If we go back to the biggest study blog that I mentioned earlier, there are some interesting comments left by other people. One user says, when I was maybe 6 or 7 years old, 1979 or 1980, I woke up to a creature wearing a Michelin Man suit standing in front of me in my living room. I was lying on the floor and it was standing over me, so it's hard to estimate its height. I did see its face though. It was very wrinkly and its head was pointed. I passed out shortly after looking at its face. I used to describe the suit as looking like Robbie the Robot until I saw the Michelin Man on a poster. I'm not sure what this character was doing in New Jersey, but I've always struggled with having seen things that haven't been reported anywhere else. Another person commented, I definitely saw one of these entities back in the early 80s. I'm 100% sure of it. The face was blank, no expression, no eyes, mouth, nose, just blank. The being was average human height, moved slowly, almost hovering perhaps a centimetre or so from the ground. It moved along the street. It was the early hours of the morning, but light. And as it reached the corner, it turned back and beckoned to us as if asking us to follow it. When I've told people about this, I've always said it looked a bit like the Michelin Man, but only found out that this was a phenomenon after Googling. Another person left this comment. I thought I'd share my experience so it's known that I've had a sighting in Australia. The southwest corner of Western Australia, to be exact. I lived in a tiny town. I was around 10 and was walking with my 11-year-old friend to her house, which was just down the road. It was dark, but there were a few streetlights. As we reached the middle of the road, we stopped and just both stared to our right for around 20 seconds in silence and complete stillness as we watched this entity walk across the road about 50 meters away. My immediate thought was a ghost. Only years later did I make the connection that it looked almost exactly like the Michelin Man. It walked slowly and very purposely, but quite like a human, except that it floated a few centimeters above the ground as it did so.
Let's stop, Michelin.
It looked light as a feather, around the size of an average adult, blobby white fat rolls which looked like a suit, but more so the body itself, white and slightly glowing. It stopped in the middle of the road and very slowly turned and looked at us. It only had eyes and a mouth, but more like holes than a human's. It had a look of emptiness. It looked lost, but it also looked a bit shocked. It may have slowly raised its hand as to say hi, but that is the only memory that I'm not exactly sure of. Then it continued on its way. We both looked at each other and screamed. Then I said, on the count of 3, say what you saw. We both said a ghost at the same time. Then we described to each other what it looked like. The only difference was that she said it looked shimmery. I didn't see that.
Damn you, Michelin Man.
Now, obviously, when you're talking about an encounter with a living Michelin Man, a healthy amount of skepticism is warranted. Even if you don't believe it at all, it's still interesting to ponder what could have caused these sightings. Let's say some percentage of these stories are completely made up, and people do invent outlandish stories for attention. And a certain amount, especially the childhood stories and the encounters that happened just after waking up, could just be dreams or some other sort of hallucination. And then there's probably some people who just saw an actual person dressed up as Bibendum or a model of the Michelin mascot and thought they were encountering something paranormal. But there are still a certain amount of encounters that are slightly more difficult to explain. Clear sightings from credible witnesses, or sightings with more than one witness that both saw the same thing. There's also strange details that occur in multiple reports. For example, have you noticed how many Bibendum encounters have mentioned the creature waving at them? It's an innocuous detail, but one that seems to crop up again and again.
Damn you, Michelin Man!
I'll leave you with this footage. This was seen by multiple people in August of 2015, floating high above Los Angeles. It's long been touted as the only known footage of a Bibendum entity.
Damn it, Michelin Man, what are you doing up there?
Either that or it's a stormtrooper balloon that a YouTuber named Node kicked in the nuts so hard that it flew up into the sky, but I'll let you make your own mind up about that. Anyway, that's pretty much all I've got to say on the matter. The Michelin Man is now a cryptid, it's official. I'll leave some links in the description so you can explore this phenomenon in more detail. There's loads more cases to look at, but I didn't want to make this video too long by going through every single one. So thank you for watching, and a big thanks to everyone who is supporting the channel. As always, it means a huge amount to me that people are supporting the channel. Let me know what you think in the comments.
That's just how
Until next time.
Everybody can't be my doppelganger. That's just how it is. Jeez. Alright, let's get Zach off the screen because let's have some memes. Memes are coming. Damn you, Michelin Man, I see you. Stop it.
Garfield.
Languages. Garfield in different languages.
Helicopter, helicopter.
Bosnian.
Garfield.
加菲猫
Garfield.
Garfield.
You're Croatia.
Garfield.
Karvinen.
Kauniina muistona Karjalanmaa, mutta vieläkin syömässä soimattaa, kun soittajan sormista kuulla.
Garfield.
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 Icelandic.
Garfield.
Garfieldas.
Wow.
Garfield.
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 Swahili?
Garfield.
Are you Ukrainian?
Garfield.
Wow, there we go. Hope you enjoyed that, Joe. We're moving on. Brewmaster Rob, you sent this in.
Well, what do we have here? A little man in little armor, clinking and clanking around my lair like a tin can full of dog shit. Do you truly think your little toothpick sword and your tiny baby shield will protect you? Do you know not who I am, you little shit? I am the Ancient. I am the Land. I am the Lord of Darkness Eternal. I could f*** you up with barely a pinky finger, you little shit. Intruding on my f***ing domain. I could rip your spine out with my eyes closed, my hands tied behind my blow. Damn it.
Got him.
How can this be? What a cruel twist of fate. And isn't it like 9 p.m.? Oh, fucking daylight savings. Oh, but what is this? You give mercy? And you give water.
Holy water.
Thank you, friend. Yes, give it to me. Is that fucking holy water? Oh, why?
course it's him.
Ooh. Are you cooking breakfast on my smoldering corpse? Can I have some?
Can I help them? Thank you, Trimester, by moving on. Well, you sent this in, Ramen. Steamboat Willie! Very poignant for the things that are happening now. That feel when you enter the public domain? And knowing that 7 more years your other self that became way later will be there too, and they can't stop it, they will never be able to stop it, so they can go screw themselves. It happened to a nicer bunch of people. Don't even like Walt's Legacy. They want to spit on it constantly, so fuck them. You don't get it anymore. It's not yours. Other people have it now. Don't worry about it too much. That's a normal phase. He did say that. He did. Because the greatest mind is the, the imagination. A film by the Monument Monster. Oh boy. January 2024. How poignant. Grog, you sent this in Lethal Company in a nutshell.
Make yourself at home. To complete the onboarding process, you will want to check the instruction manual and sign into your ship's computer terminal. We trust you will be a great asset. You will be a great asset to the company. Great asset to the company. Great asset to the company.
Do it, dude. You can jump. You can make it.
Great asset to the company.
Nope.
Great asset to the company. 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 We trust asset will be an asset. Be a great asset. Be an asset. You will be a great. You will be a great. You will be a. You will be a great asset to the company. We trust will be an asset.
Dead.
Has been deemed below standard. Welcome to our disciplinary process.
We get evicted.
thanks for watching. Don't forget to leave a like or
Good
comment
shit.
down below.
And that's
and
the
subscribe
channel
while you're
of
down there.
Matthew McClellan.
I'll see you in the next video.
Very Joel Halver there, I see the Rose coming thing. Very nice. Also with Rose coming too. Now Robin sent this in. The SAG Fest of 2021. Here we go. More Sonic games. Kirby Fighter.
Wow.
What is this, Raymond's cousin? I like it, don't get me wrong, but that's the vibes I got out of that. Oh look, a detective game with animal people. Sonic with not being Sonic. What I'm looking at. Mega Man. A big Mega Man. Female 4 did fighting game, nice. Ball Star. Oh, there's Rayman. Project Rascal. Mega Man fighting game myself. Came back to say you hate it. Love you, Jenny. Get back to your sucker. I think they might be requesting more Friday Night Funkin' night. That's what it sounds like to me. That's what it really sounds like to me around there. Tales 64 revamp. Sonic Riders X. Falling Stuck. Oh, that's a pretty cool looking Pac-Man mod there. Nice. A fan game. I like it.
Get ready to wait. Get ready to wait. Get ready to wait. Get ready to wait.
That's pretty cool style.
Get ready to wait. Crack the code, nice, gotta hear it twice. Get ready to wait. Crack the code, nice, gotta hear it twice.
Rolling.
Playing an otter in that last one? That's what it looked like. Are you playing an anteater in this one? What the hell? Yes, Jenny, it's still going. It is. Oh, there you go, Robin. That's what you mentioned. Scratch and melody. Parappa the Rapper, right, Jenny? Sonic on Game Boy for some reason. Jenny, your favorite, a furry. Explosion. Alrighty, there we go. Thanks, Ramen. Next up, we've got some prank calls sent by Tremaster Bob. Here we are. Here comes.
Thank you for calling. Can you help you?
Hey, my brother just called me and I put him on three-way. He got into your vent system somehow. He's up in your vent system.
What?
It's really hot up here.
I three-wayed him in. He's in your ductwork.
I can smell like the meat cooking coming up from the kitchen.
He's calling it to a Wendy's.
He needs directions to get out.
Yeah.
One moment. Yeah, hold on.
I crawled up the... Oh, shit.
What happened?
So just stuck.
I got in from the bathroom and I got lost up here. I don't know how to get back. Oh. Really gotta pee.
You guys mind if I just use the restroom?
Mind if I just use the restroom?
I have to.
Just go ahead and pee. They'll clean it up later.
Okay. That stuff right there. It's not like piss up here now.
Which is stronger, the smell of meat or smell of piss?
The meat or the smell of piss?
Might drip down straight down into the grills. I don't know. It's really hot up here.
Hello?
Alright. Okay, thank you. Bye.
Hey.
Hello?
Yeah. He said he got in through the bathroom. He said he was in there and he heard some noises. He climbed in through the vent through the bathroom.
Well, I don't know a way out of there. You're gonna have to call 911.
Do you have the maps?
He has the map?
No, okay, do me a favor. Grab one of your sandwiches and go in the bathroom and put it by the vent so he knows how to get out.
I'll sniff it out like a doggy. Hey, I'm over like where you're cooking because it's really hot up here and I can smell meat.
Well, we don't even know a way out because none of us go up there.
No, go into the men's bathroom. Have someone go with a cheeseburger and put it at the entrance to the vent, and he'll sniff his way out.
Can you just I removed the panel on the ceiling in the men's bathroom in the stall, and I crawled up there. Can someone shine a flashlight through there and I'll be able to see? Because I'm just lost. It's like a big maze up here. There's rats up here.
There's rats up here.
All right, one moment.
Okay.
Get a fucking cheeseburger.
Get a fucking cheeseburger, I swear to God.
There's no way he went through the vents of the bathroom because it's closed.
Are you in there?
He said he shut it on his way through.
Yeah, I pulled it.
That thing's pretty damn small. I don't think no one can fit in there.
I have a special belt and it shrinks me temporarily as well.
Okay, well, if this is a prank call, I'm gonna have to call the police.
No! You give me help! I'm stuck up here in a claustrophobic!
Excuse me, ma'am? Hey, ma'am.
Alright, hold on. I'm gonna bring a sandwich now.
Okay, bring a sandwich. Bring a sandwich.
Gotta bring a sandwich.
I'm gonna start kicking shit up here, motherfucker. You.
I don't know what the fuck is going on. Are they calling 411? They said he's stuck in the vent. He went through the bathroom. And it means because he could just walk in there and the thing is closed. And he said, oh no, my brother said he shut it. when we went in there. I'm calling the police.
Oh, that's right, Strug.
Yeah! And his old girls are gonna get cookies. Even do.
Oh! I'm masturbating. I'm masturbating.
I'm masturbating your bed.
Oh, shit. Now we did it.
Excuse me, ma'am, are you there?
The police coming and I'm stuck up here. Shit.
Ma'am, hello.
Get me out of here, Dwight. Come on.
Hey, ma'am, are you there?
I'm sorry?
Hey, he says he can't smell the cheeseburger. He needs something stronger. Try putting your pussy up against that thing and see if he can smell it.
She instantly hung up.
That's really funny. All right, time for some classy pinup stuff. Here you go, chat. You may have watched this before in the past, but watching it again. Here we go.
Feeling you've been cheated.
Bridget Bardot.
Exactly.
Alright, let's see what the quote is at the end here. It's, oh, I'm gratefully misunderstood by politically correct idiots. Politics disgust me. Don't we all feel that way? Good. Very nice. Moving on to the next thing we got up here. Nathan, you sent this in. Strange Spears. We're going to have some ARG going on. Well, not really ARG, but analog horror.
In extreme circumstances, certain states are compelled to limit or outright restrict the rights of their citizens to public assembly. In the face of escalating violence of any kind, the free movement on streets or roads is often entirely prohibited. Military and police personnel typically apprehend anyone who dares to challenge their authority and violate what is known as a curfew. In such situations, with the streets deserted, citizens often remain unaware of a significant number of events that governments usually keep from public knowledge. This is precisely what happened on the night of March 5, 2004, in Campos dos Goitacazes, a municipality in the state of Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. On that night, the federal police, in collaboration with militia forces, issued a broadcast order on radio and television, announcing a strict restriction. No one was allowed to go out on the streets or film anything in their neighborhoods. The prohibitions were so extensive that in each neighborhood of the municipality, a patrol was tasked with enforcing the mandate.
So I figure I should get Zach Baggins back up too.
The following images were recently leaked from police cameras positioned in official vehicles, as well as some from the uniforms of security personnel. Around 9 o'clock in the evening, the operation began. Military personnel patrolled the surrounding routes of Campos dos Goitacazes, ensuring compliance with the federal mandate. Along their way, they encountered some bewildered civilians who were unaware of the situation. With some, they were forced to struggle and temporarily detain them, while others were more cooperative. Fortunately, the information had reached the majority of the population in a timely manner, so the closure of the region's main passages and exits was carried out efficiently. However, around 1 o'clock in the morning, things seemed to take a very strange turn. Police camera footage captured inexplicable events on the highways. It appeared that military units covered several bodies found scattered in the area. The records do not provide substantial clues as to what might have happened, but the number of victims could be in the hundreds based solely on the photographs. These bodies were stacked and covered with white tarps on the side of the road to avoid disrupting traffic flow. Later, massive explosions and activities on the roads forced the security forces to respond, applying the corresponding safety protocols for such events. Up to that point, there were no clear details about what had occurred, and, in fact, the authorities never clarified the records of this event. They merely conveyed the idea that it was related to a toxic substance leak from industries. The topic was never revisited until eager internet users recently began searching for information about this strange and unique incident that lasted only one night. The answer was possibly found in an old 1989 magazine that was popular in the city of Campos dos Goitacazes, where a well-known investigator of mysteries of the time addressed the case of the Campanero Spheres, an event that also lasted one early morning and featured an unprecedented military deployment in Brazilian territory. In this magazine, a series of still frames from roads where unidentified bodies covered with white blankets were also found. However, alleged images of the event had come into his possession, depicting strange black spheres, which at times resembled anemones, hovering and possibly attacking anyone who crossed their path. The images speak for themselves.
They look like polyps. Looks creepy as hell. Looks like a Shoggoth.
The The magazine was rather brief in delving into the potential origins of these creatures, though suspicions pointed directly towards strange entities that could roam freely in the jungle, with origins in the depths of the Amazon.
Hey, thank you for that, Nathan. Let's get Zach Baggins off the screen. He'll come back soon. But I have something that Dakota, you sent in. So here we go with this.
Now, Silicon Valley is known for some pretty dumb startups.
What do you guys think about the FDA clerk?
And one of the most memorable is Juicero. It was the world's first cold-pressed juicing system with Wi-Fi, health, wellness at the press of a button. Doug Evans, Juicero's founder, compared himself to Steve Jobs in his pursuit of juice. Google and Kobe Bryant would invest over $120 million into the startup. It was going to be the Keurig of juice, one in every home, an idea worth billions of dollars. Or at least, that's what Doug Evans thought. Instead of this hippie Silicon Valley success story, Juicero would turn into a modern-day Shakespearean tragedy, and it was all thanks to one YouTube video. Certain roads in the United States represent entire industries. You know, the stock market, they got Wall Street, and when it comes to startups in Silicon Valley, it's Sand Hill Road. Ambitious founders with crazy ideas could take a roll of the dice and maybe strike it big, and Doug Evans would arrive on Sand Hill Road with starry-eyed dreams of juice. Now, Doug didn't quite fit the mold for an investable entrepreneur. He was just a graffiti artist from New York City who had ran a cold-pressed juicing bar for a couple of years. Though what he lacked in business knowledge, Doug knew with juice. He was obsessed with it, and his pitch to all the investors, a $700 machine that makes an 8-ounce glass of juice. The juicer would be small and simple. The fruit would be organic and hand-selected and shipped in a pouch. And at the press of a button, the juice would pour out. It would solve the biggest pain point of cold-pressed juicing, which is the mess. Because once you were done with the Juicero, you would just throw away the pouch.
There's nothing to clean.
And the investors drank the Kool-Aid, or the green juice on this idea, and would write Doug Evans a $120 million check, but without even seeing a prototype of this juicer. What could go wrong? What could go wrong? Now you may be asking, Vince, that's a lot of money to give someone for something that didn't even exist. Now Silicon Valley knows that about 75% of all the businesses they fund, they're gonna go broke.
VCs have a business model. It's called raise a fund, try to make a bet on 10, 20, 30 companies, and push all of them very hard, because if one can actually get through, it will pay for all the others.
And it's really just an odds game. Though if Juicero was gonna be a hit, it could be a $20 billion business just like Keurig. So with this $120 million in his checkbook, Doug would get to work developing the Juicero in what startups call stealth mode, or in secret, for the next 3 years. After laboring away for 3 years with 12 prototypes, and even after one prototype blew up in Doug's apartment and nearly caused the building to collapse, the Juicero was unveiled to the world, and oh boy, was it a beaut. Nature. We're riding the Juicero hype train, baby. We're going. Meet the Juicero, a Wi-Fi connected, QR code scanning DRM juicer. Juicing was hard, but with Juicero, that was easy. Now, right out of the gate, Doug Evans would take his Juicero across the country to spread the good word of juicing. Totally non-controversial celebrities that are loved by everyone universally, that have never had any public scandals. You know, like Gwyneth Paltrow's Goop brand, Ivanka Trump, Dr. Oz. Medical experts from around the world would all endorse the Juiceros all over their social media. And Doug was becoming quite the celebrity within the valley.
Our founder, Doug, is straight up made of juice.
Literally, there's juice in my veins.
There's juice in my veins.
Though Doug would fall into the trap that many Silicon Valley CEOs often do, where they start to think they're the reincarnate of Steve Jobs. In a podcast promoting the Juicero and CNBC, he said this.
I'm going to do what Steve did. I'm going to take the mainframe computer and create a personal computer. I'm going to take a mainframe juice press. I'm going to create a personal juice press.
And Steve being the Steve
The
Jobs.
Steve,
No,
yeah.
he literally thought he was the Steve Jobs of juice. Delusional. Now, although everything seemed so bright and happy on the outside, internally at Juicero, things were falling apart. Doug's passion for juicing, which was what started the whole company in the first place, was becoming his downfall. As you would probably expect, Doug was a vegan, though he was the kind where they need to tell you all the time that they're vegan. But not even that. He was a raw vegan, where you don't eat cooked vegetables. Because cooking veggies, I looked this up online, kills the vital life energy inside of them. Back at Juicero's headquarters, his employees found Doug's passion for veganism a bit too overwhelming. Doug would constantly yell and scream at employees who put milk in their coffee and tell them that they were sucking down cow pus. Okay, now this part is wild. So employees started to notice a cockroach infestation at the Juicero headquarters, you know, where they package up all this fruit bags. And rather than getting something to kill the bugs, Doug would create a catch and release program for all of the insects bugging people in the office. You weren't allowed to kill bugs at Juicero's offices. Imagine your boss watching you catch a cockroach, making you take it outside and release it into the wild. Imagine that. That's how wild Doug Evans was. So remember when I said Doug Evans thought he was Steve Jobs? Doug then started to take more pages from Steve Jobs' book. Doug refused to give up ground on his own employees' expertise, often getting into screaming matches over the smallest details. And this would cause Juicero to hemorrhage all of the top talent they had. They would churn through a CFO, a COO, and a VP of operations within a year. And in spite of all the funding and talent pool that they had in their early days, Doug's massive disagreements led to legendary volumes of exits and firing. Here are some of the amazing Glassdoor reviews talking about Juicero. Hire a real leader instead of a maniacal CEO. Nastiest C-level managers you could imagine. I know 4 people who were threatened physically by top management. Now, when things just couldn't seem to get any worse, they did. The independent review started coming in about Juicero. And oh boy, did people have a lot to say about it. Reviewers complained about the Juicero that it had to be connected to the Wi-Fi to work.
There are all these steps. All this thing does is clobber a juice packet.
So if you had no internet connection, for whatever reason, you're not getting any juice for the day, buddy. So in order to juice, the Juicero had to scan the QR code on the bag, verified online with the database that it was a legitimate Juicero product so it could even make the juice. And then if the Juicero bag was 1 minute over the expiration date, the thing wouldn't even juice the bag. Now, while all of this kind of seems pretty insane, Doug did have a valid reason for this.
I didn't want a Wi-Fi connected machine. That wasn't my vision. I'm not a millennial, but in 1997, when Adwala had people die from drinking raw juice, I didn't want to risk anyone ever getting sick from having a raw product.
And while I understand where he's coming from, the only reason this happened to Adwala was because they didn't pasteurize the juice at the time. So why not just pasteurize the juice? Then you won't have to deal with it. Then the reviewers complained that the only way to use your $700 juicer was to sign up for a $35 a week subscription for 5 juice bags. There was no other way to use your juicer. Now, that price tag of $700 was one of the most common complaints, and why was it so expensive? Now, Doug had this intense Steve Jobs-esque perfectionism that caused him to make the best machine he possibly could, which in this case was a bad thing. Now, normally a startup first makes what's called an MVP, a minimum viable product. It's made as quickly and cheaply as possible to receive feedback, but it's mainly to see if there's even a market for that product. So you're not spending tens of millions of dollars building something no one wants. So keeping that in mind, here's another quote from one of the first reviewers. Doug set out to make a great product, not a minimum viable version like most startups launch with. Now again, with the machine being at this mind-boggling $700, Juicero lost money on every sale. Now, third-party engineers had taken apart the machine at the time and had factored in just the parts cost alone cost $750. They had actually spent so much on the production and manufacturing that just 1 year into the launch of Juicero, the company was about to go broke. $120 million. Poof. So the board would demand that Doug Evans step down because he just couldn't handle the CEO thing. They had a veteran of the corporate world come in to try to pick up all the pieces and figure out how to make Juicero profitable. Now, the first thing they did is they would cut the price of the machine from $700 to $400, and he would focus on what Doug Evans should have done from the beginning, which was create an affordable machine for the masses. So the new CEO would hire engineers, designers, and they would all get to work on making this cheaper Juicero machine that would be the saving grace of the company, that would be priced at $199. Now, I honest to God think if they came out with this machine first, I think Juicero would probably still be in business today, but that's not what happened. Now, while Doug stepped down from his official title as CEO, he was still going around spreading the good word of his juice. Live Nation started having Juiceros at concerts for their artists, like Travis Scott. Whole Foods started stocking Juiceros at dozens of its stores, and just within a year and a half of the launch, they'd already sold through an impressive 1 million juice packs, with the average machine pressing about 9 packs a week. While this may sound impressive, at the end of the day, it really wasn't enough because Juicero was losing $4 million a month. Even with that $120 million investment, Juicero had spent it all, and they were about to go broke. So Doug would start to find other investors to come in and save the company. And through the stroke of luck or by the seat of his pants, Doug had found a group of investors to dump a $55 million investment into Juicero. Perfect. The new $200 juicer could be made, Juicero could grow, and the company turned into a billion-dollar conglomerate that we all know and love today. But that's not really how it went. So before the investors from UBS put in their money, they did some due diligence, as you know, you should do for any investment, to see if investing $55 million into this company was worth it. Now, this due diligence could take maybe a couple of weeks, maybe a month before that $55 million would hit that direct deposit on Thursday, if you know what I mean. And this would all happen if everything was cool, if everything went to plan, if Juicero was scandal-free. Though the timing of this investment could have really not been any worse. Bloomberg publishes an expose video that exposes how easy it is to hack the Juicero machine. You didn't need a $700 juicer. You just needed your own 2 hands to squeeze the bag like a giant ketchup packet. And oh boy, did the media go crazy over this. Juicero became the butt of every joke at the time. Juicero was the fire festival of Silicon Valley. So in a last-ditch effort to try to change the narrative and try to save some face, the new CEO writes a press release begging the public to not squeeze the fruit bags. And this is what he says. The Juicero machine pressing is calibrated by flavor to deliver the best combination of taste and nutrition each time. I think you can imagine how the public took that one. You know, this is just some other corporate speak letter nonsense that just made everyone more pissed off. But the worst part of all of this was that this spooked the investors from UBS Bank. After they found out he could squeeze the bags by hand, UBS went running for the hills. Now, Juicero was in flames at this point. Employees were quitting left and right. They had lost control of the narrative, and the media was just tearing them apart. So the board would go to the new CEO to look for answers. Who caused this dumpster fire? And the new CEO would point at Doug Evans. He was blamed for messing with all the company operations, being a distraction for employees with this insect catch and release antics. The failure of Juicero was put on Doug Evans' shoulders. So with no options left for the company financially, the Juicero board commenced the meeting for one last time. On August 23rd, the board members voted unanimously to shut down the company. They publicly stated they would give all the customers refunds that they wanted, though one vote was missing from that last board meeting, Doug Evans. He was where the board always wanted him to be, gone and far away, but not where the board expected him to be. He was in the Nevada desert, tripping on acid, at Burning Man, while his own company was burning in flames. Now, a week after the board had shut down his own company, Doug posted this picture on Instagram with the hashtag peace and love. They say a picture is worth 1,000 words. Now, while Juicero is enshrined in the Museum of Silicon Valley Failures, what is Doug Evans up to these days? Well, he's exploring his raw diet further, but now promoting his raw water cleanse. He's now selling unfiltered, untreated, unsterilized water for $130.
Oh, what a scam artist. Spooks, I edited this in. Careful out there, everybody. If you hear this, run. It's Wendigo season. Wendigoon. Wendigo.
People are probably going to get mad and call this video propaganda, but in my defense, it's not my fault. The only thing you have to do to make anti-communist propaganda is to open a history book and start reading it out loud. Today we're talking about the Berlin Wall. It is one of the greatest examples of capitalism versus communism, East versus West, Hungary versus Fed that the world has ever seen. But first, a word from our sponsor. This video is brought to you by Operation Good Boy. It's a monthly subscription box. It's got all kinds of good... Are you okay?
The dog's coughing up.
Don't puke in my office, please. Yeah, you're gonna get a treat in a second if you don't puke. Okay, hang on, 1 second. You've ruined my intro. Anyways, it comes with all kinds of cool stuff for your dog. We've got dog poop picker-upper bags. We've got a little doggy first aid kit. We've got daily multivitamins for him. And then we've got Mushu's favorite, the TRE, the treats ready to eat. These are made right here in America. And Mushu is a big fan, right? Give me a shake. Good, you didn't puke. Wonderful work. Go ahead. Good job. So yeah, if you've got a dog, go check out Operation Good Boy. I'll have a link and a discount code in the description down below. Let's get back to the video. All right, a couple of weeks ago, we talked about the biggest logistical flex of all time, that being the Berlin airlift, when the USSR tried to blockade off West Berlin to force them to become communist and to join the USSR, and America and the UK teamed up to deliver them supplies using only cargo planes, landing a cargo plane into West Berlin every 2 minutes, all day, every day for 15 months straight, feeding and supplying an entire city with 4.6 billion pounds of supplies. If you want to watch that full video, I'll have that linked right here. If not, that's fine. Here's the bare minimum background info that you need. Right after World War II, Germany was basically split into two pieces. You had the Western powers, America, the UK, and France, controlling the western half of Germany, and you had the USSR controlling the eastern half. And here's where that gets weird. They did the same exact thing with the city of Berlin, where the West controlled the western half and the USSR controlled the eastern half, except Berlin was 100 miles into the USSR territory. And this is why the USSR blockaded off West Berlin and tried to force them to join, because they didn't want a little speck of capitalism in their communist utopia. But the West isn't about to back down from a challenge, so America and the UK team up, Wonder Twin powers activate, they launch the Berlin airlift, they feed an entire city using nothing but cargo planes, and after 15 months, the USSR is finally forced to end the blockade because they can't afford to try to stop them anymore. So 1949, the roads and railways to West Berlin open back up, and everything goes back to working exactly how it was supposed to, and this is where the story really begins. From 1949 to 1951, we had what was known as a green border between East and West Germany. Basically, there was a border there, they're two separate countries. However, it was very, very easy to go from one country to the other and back. It was no big deal at all, which was really important because you have to remember, they just drew an arbitrary line right through the middle of Germany and were like, hey, these are two separate countries now. It was really complicated for a lot of people. You had people that had family members that now live in a different country. You had people whose home was in one country and job was in the other. You had farmers and property owners that now owned property in a country that they didn't live in. It was very, very complicated. And while the border is essentially open, a ton of people from East Germany are taking advantage of it and migrating to West Germany because it's way, way better to live in West Germany, where the evil capitalist pigs from America and the UK have been funneling in billions of dollars worth of food, money, and resources, helping to build West Germany back up as a country, as opposed to the USSR over in East Germany, who has done the exact opposite because they said, hey, we want our war reparations and we want them right now. The USSR takes over $10 billion worth of hard assets and natural resources out of the East German economy and ships it back home. That is a third of the working capital of the entire country. Quite literally just took a third of their economy and got rid of it. And if that wasn't bad enough, they also liquidated almost every factory in East Germany. They took all of the machinery, all the parts, all the material that they had and shipped it back home to the USSR. Not only have they stripped East West Germany of all of their product, they've stripped them of their ability to produce. They can't even work themselves out of this difficult situation. Because of this, understandably so, people start leaving East Germany in droves. Now, by 1952, the USSR identifies this problem, understanding, oh shit, obviously our policies aren't very popular. We should probably do something about that. The only question is, what are we going to do about it? Do we A, come up with new policies that incentivize people to stay, making them want to be there and making them want to be a productive member of the society? No, absolutely not. We're going to go with option B, old reliable, good old-fashioned human rights violations. Okay, so here's a plan. We're going to shut down the border between East and West Germany. We're going to build a wall or a fence. And I know what you're thinking, walls don't work. Well, if the wall doesn't work, you know what is going to work? The landmines that we put on the other side of it. And if that doesn't work, we're going to get guard dogs. And if the guard dogs don't work, we're going to put up a bunch of guard towers, and we're going to have over 20,000 men with guns watching the border 24/7 all the time, and they have the authority to shoot anyone trying to escape on sight. Now, obviously, there's one glaring hole in this plan. What if somebody is able to get past the wall, navigate through a minefield, evade the dogs, and they get seen by the guard, but because the guard is an East German, and he probably doesn't want to be in East Germany either, what if the guard just doesn't shoot him and lets him go over to West Germany? Well, that's where the giant sand pit comes in. We're going to line the entire border between East and West Germany with a 30-foot wide pad of sand. And that way we'll be able to see any footprints when somebody runs out of East Germany into the West. And then we're going to know that somebody escaped, and we're going to hold the guard on duty for that sector responsible, and then he's going to get in trouble. Buh! Having a very secure border isn't a human rights violation. Buh! Well, right, when you're using it to keep people out, but when you're using it to keep people in, it's absolutely a human rights violation according to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Let me just read that for you. Article 13, Section 2, quote, everyone has the right to leave any country, including his own, and return to his country, end quote. So yes, turning an entire country into a prison and refusing to let anyone leave while you oppress them is in fact a human rights violation. However, to be completely intellectually honest, I do have to tell you that the Soviet Union is one of only 3 nations that refused to sign the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and they refused to sign it specifically because of Article 13, Section 2, which I just read to you. They basically said that they would only consider signing it if this was added to the end of Article 13. Quote, in accordance with the procedure laid down in each country, end quote. They were unanimously declined because that would ruin the entire point of Article 13, which would basically just mean that, yeah, you have a human right to leave a country unless that country tells you you can't. So what's the point of even having that as a human right? So the border is pretty much completely shut down. The only exceptions to that are the fact that you can apply for a visa to leave East Germany. However, it's very expensive. You get interrogated by the government, and the only people to actually get these visas awarded to them are people that are working on behalf of the Communist Party or somebody that is obscenely rich and is for sure coming back anyways, which seems like a weird hypocritical policy for a communist regime whose ultimate goal is to have a moneyless, classless society where everybody is treated equally to have, but whatever. And then, of course, they have to allow travel from West Germany into West Berlin, and to do that, there's very, very strict routes anybody traveling from West Germany to West Berlin has to take, and they have to go straight from one, straight to the other, and they hit multiple checkpoints along the way. And this is extremely important because it opens up the Berlin loophole, because Berlin, the city that's 100 miles into communist territory, has that little speck of capitalism in it, and there's no border between West Berlin and East Berlin. So you can literally just walk from East Berlin right into West Berlin, and it's not an issue at all. So that becomes the only way to escape East Germany. People travel to East Berlin and then simply walk into West Berlin, and then they catch a car or a train or a bus from West Berlin to West Germany, and then they never go back. And between 1952 and 1961, somewhere between 2 and 4 million people do this. Bear in mind, East Germany only has a population of 17 million. That's over 20% of the population walks into West Berlin and never comes back. And of the people that did leave, they were disproportionately young, highly skilled, highly intelligent people like doctors, lawyers, skilled tradesmen, engineers. And because of this, this got the nickname the brain drain. So in 1961, the USSR is like, oh shit, this is a humongous problem. All the young, smart people are leaving. We got to do something about this. Should we, I don't know, incentivize highly successful young people to want to stay here? Nah. Break out old reliable or human rights violations for everybody. So August 13th, 1961, in the middle of the night, a bunch of East German construction workers and cops show up with guns, and they put a fence all the way around West Berlin. Not to keep the West Berliners in, but to keep the East Berliners out. And East and West Berlin at this point in time were still very much intertwined. There were people that lived in the East and worked in the West and vice versa, and there were people that had family members on one side or the other side, and there were people that owned businesses and property. There were people that were seeing relatives and got separated from their families, and they weren't allowed to get back on the other side of the wall. There were literally thousands of people in Berlin that woke up one day and it was just like, congratulations, you just lost your job, you just lost your property, you lost your business, you're now separated from your family. Because of this, people started trying to break into West Berlin, or they were breaking out into East Berlin to get people and bring them back into West Berlin. At first it was easy because it was just a fence and you could cut your way through it or you could scale it, but that fence rapidly turned into a 12-foot high concrete wall. And then when people started bringing ladders to scale over the top of it, they added a gigantic round metal top to it so there was nothing to grip and pull yourself over. And then they added barbed wire and guard guard towers and guards that were allowed to shoot you on sight and turned it into a full-on demarcation line around West Berlin. And that is when the escape attempts got incredibly creative. One of the more popular ones at the very beginning was that somebody from West Berlin would remove the gas tank from their car, and they would just have a little 1-gallon jug for gas, just enough gas to drive into East Berlin, pick somebody up, and drive back to the west. And the person would be strapped up underneath the car where the gas tank was supposed to be. But then the communists figured that out, and then they had the guards at every checkpoint before a car could go into West Berlin. They would take a flexible metal wire and shove it down into where the gas tank should be to make sure it was in fact a gas tank. So then that plan was out. So one guy decided he was going to take his BMW Isetta, cut the roof off, and then he was just going to drive right underneath the checkpoint going full speed, and he was going to duck, and that's how he was going to break into West Berlin. And that's exactly what he did. And because of this, the East Germans added spike strips and barricades to every checkpoint. Every time somebody escaped into West Berlin, the communists fixed however it was possible. They made it more and more difficult, and the escape attempts got more and more creative. Some of my personal favorites include shooting a steel cable over the wall from a high building and then ziplining to the other side, having somebody from West Berlin get a cow costume and tow a cattle trailer into East Berlin, and then have 2 of his friends dress up in the cow costume and stand in the cattle trailer as they made it through the checkpoint, stealing a tank and trying to drive it through the wall. And when you got away from the Berlin Wall itself and you actually went to the East and West German border, the escape attempts got even crazier. One group of brothers took a farmer's crop duster, painted it like a Soviet MiG plane, flew it from West Germany into East Germany, picked up their other brother, and flew him back. And my absolute personal favorite escape from communism was when 2 fathers got together and for a year and a half gathered fabric and propane and supplies so that they could build a fucking hot air balloon to escape to West Germany. Okay, I'm gonna say that again, but a little bit slower. 8 people, 2 families, 2 fathers, 2 mothers, and 4 children escaped communism using a hot air balloon. Do you understand the gravity of what I've just told you? Because as a husband and a dad, it speaks volumes to me that 2 men in my situation got together, looked around, and said, these living conditions are so horrific that the best bet for me and you and our wives and our kids is to secretly gather up a bunch of cotton fabric, aka flammable shit, sew it into a balloon, attach it to a wicker basket, more flammable shit, and then propel it with a fucking flamethrower as we try to get away as fast as the wind will take us while the guards are shooting at us. Okay, look, all I'm saying is I've never seen anybody that determined to escape capitalism. That's all I'm saying. But that's not real communism. Of course it's not, because it's never real communism whenever something goes bad. But whenever something goes bad under capitalism, it's 100% capitalism's fault, and we should get rid of it and do communism instead. Granted, communism every other time we've tried it's ended in genocide and murder and human rights violations, but hey, I'm feeling it this time, guys. We're just like, we're this close. Just 1, maybe 2 more genocides, and we're gonna have that communist utopia. We should keep trying. I can't. I need a beer. Jesus. Sorry, I got carried away. I apologize. Anyways, the wall around Berlin gets more and more impenetrable, and eventually the only way to actually escape into West Berlin is to dig a tunnel and crawl your way out, which a ton of people did. Now, obviously, this is a PR nightmare. The communists have to explain to everybody why on earth they blocked off West Berlin and they're not letting anybody through, and because of that, they decide to give the Berlin Wall their name, the Anti-Fascist Rampart. Fascism, obviously referring to Nazis, which makes this, I believe, one of the first historical appearances of the unfortunately still prevalent line of thinking that anybody that disagrees with me or how I live my life or my politics must be a Nazi. Yeah, that was the official stance of the Soviet Union, basically accusing every Western power of being a fascist regime and saying they built the wall to, quote, protect against fascist elements conspiring to prevent the will of the people, despite the fact that the apparent will of the people was to leave their communist regime, but whatever. Just excuse me one more time. I'm so sorry. I just have to Google something real quick. How to recognize a cult. Absolute authoritarianism without accountability. Check. Zero tolerance for criticism or questions, like getting arrested for political jokes. So I'm going to go with check. Lack of meaningful financial disclosure regarding the budget. Check. Unreasonable fears about the outside world that often involve evil conspiracies and persecutions. Yep. Okay, sorry. Anyways, back to the video. Despite all the propaganda saying the Western world was literally just a bunch of Nazis, most people in East Germany didn't buy it, and a ton of them still tried to escape to the West. Over the duration of the Berlin Wall, over 100,000 people would be captured and imprisoned for either telling political jokes, criticizing the government, or attempting to escape. In just a couple years, by 1964, these political prisoners were starting to stack up really quickly, and the USSR had to do something about it because it was costing them money and the prisons were full and they had to get rid of all these people. So I mean, what's a communist regime to do? Well, that's easy. We've got all these prisoners that we don't want. They don't want to be here. Let's ransom them over to the West. And that's exactly what they do. They ransomed 33,000 political prisoners to the West, and the West paid on average 4,000 Deutschmarks per person. I say on average because it wasn't a static price. The USSR put different values on different people based on their skills and job set. For example, a general laborer might only bring 1,800 Deutschmarks, whereas a doctor could could bring 15,000. Now, granted, I'm probably reading way too
Wow.
far into this, but I do find it a tiny bit hypocritical that the communist government, the same government that supposedly is striving to create a moneyless, classless society where everybody is equal, is also taking political prisoners, assigning different values on their life based on their ability to produce an economic output, almost like they're putting them into separate classes, implying that some people are worth more than others, and then they're turning around and trying to sell them to another government for money, which is allegedly something else they don't want, which is, you know, weird. It's almost like it's all a bunch of talking points and bullshit so they can have a bunch of control. I can do this all day. How long? What is it going to take to convince you that communism is bullshit? Tell me. I'll do it.
Your Honor, I object!
And why is that, Mr. Reed?
Because it's devastating to my case!
Overruled.
Good call!
In addition to the 33,000 political prisoners that the USSR essentially auctioned off for money, they also agreed to release 215,000 East German citizens for the low price of 2.3 billion Deutschmarks. Between 1945 and 1989, over 600 Germans were killed either trying to cross the border from East to West Germany or from East to West Berlin. And that is considered to be a very low, very conservative number because the USSR didn't want to release the actual numbers or admit that they'd killed anyone, because every single person they killed trying to escape communism was a huge political hit to them. Which raises the question, what happened in 1989? Well, that's the best part of the whole story. By 1989, the Soviet Union was going bankrupt, they were beginning to crumble, they were losing their sphere of influence, and more civil unrest started to occur. And by November of 1989, in East Germany, there were protests, people demanding that they had the freedom of speech, the freedom of expression, the ability to critique their government without getting arrested, and most importantly, the freedom of travel. The communist government knew that they had to give the people an inch before the people turned around and took a mile, and the 1 inch they were willing to give them was they were going to get rid of the travel ban and finally start granting people visas. They weren't going to charge them money, they weren't going to have some special circumstance to do it, and most importantly, they were actually going to approve people, and they were going to do it quickly. These new travel regulations were drafted on November 8th, they were going to be announced to the public on November 9th on live TV, and on November 10th they would go into effect, and people could show up to the passport office, apply, and ideally get accepted and have the freedom to travel west. And that's kind of what happened. November 8th, the new regulations get drafted, that's fine. November 9th, they hand the new regulations to a government spokesperson by the name of Gunter Schabowski, and he's going to read them on a government press conference on live TV. He didn't have time to read through all the papers, nobody took the time to explain it to him, so on live TV, he just kind of wings it.
We'll do it live!
He reads off what he thinks is important, which is just, here's the new rules that we're living by, and everybody's like pretty happy about it, and one journalist asks, when does this go into effect? And Gunter, not having time to have read through all the papers, kind of shuffles through them real quick, looking for an effective date, and which he doesn't see one. It's there, he just doesn't see it. So he just kind of shrugs and he's like, as far as I know, quote, immediately, without delay.
Das tritt nach meiner Kenntnis ist das sofort.
And with that, going out on live TV, East Germans got up and started going to the wall. Now, this announcement was at the ass end of a boring government press conference, so not a lot of people saw it, but then the news outlets started picking it up, and they started airing it, both in East and West Germany, and then even more people started showing up on both sides of the wall. And within just a few hours, tens of thousands of people had shown up to Checkpoint Charlie, one of the main checkpoints for the Berlin Wall, to go from east to west, and they demanded to be let go because they had just been told by their government on live TV that they had the freedom of travel, and the guards had no idea what was going on, and they were outnumbered tens of thousands to one. And eventually the guards were forced to simply let people through, and then word spread that they actually let them through, and all of Berlin, both east and west, came out and had basically the biggest block party the world has ever seen, as a city that had been divided in half for 28 years was finally reunited. And then they celebrated this reunification by tearing down the wall that had separated them for so long. In conclusion, Germany after World War II is the closest thing to a controlled experiment that you can have, pitting capitalism against communism to see which one would triumph in real life. They took one country with one people, divided it down the middle, and gave each a set of rules to live by. And while capitalism is far from perfect and it has a ton of things that we can improve upon, I think the results of this experiment speak for themselves.
Yes, they do.
Thanks for watching. Best way to support the channel is go buy some merch, thefatelectrician.com. Whack bang out.
Hell yeah. Good video. Alright. Next, spooky. Ramen sent this in. Get ready to be spooked. And then we're moving on to food.
Hello again, children. Welcome to a special sing-along with our favorite sweetheart, the Ice Cream Man. Can you
I'm scared.
sing along with the Ice Cream Man? Let's find out.
Terrifying.
Wanna sing along with me?
No.
Good.
Look at that. What do you think? New mascot will get the kids' attention, huh? Well, I know what you did with the dog. What? The dog part. They don't understand. Don't some sort of misunderstanding. Don't act stupid, Martin. The thing nearly killed me last night. Arthur, I told you it got hit by a car. And whose car did it hit? Whose car has a stain on its bumper? Arthur, please, the dog needs nothing. Besides, I won't have to deal with it pissing on my shoe. Or telling it to stop barking or keeping it away from my work. So that's why you did it. You think that killing it and turning it into one of those monstrosities that I said would be a bad idea is the way to fix it? Arthur, it listens to me now. It does what I say. It proves the obedience of what I've been working on. Oh, Martin. I wish you hadn't gone down this path. But it's going to be okay. Your work, along with you, has only proven that you are dangerous. But the family, nor I, will have to be in the way of it. What are you saying? I'm taking the kids. What? Maureen and I will watch over them until you sort yourself out. I've already spoken with her. Her, the kids, and I. We're leaving tomorrow morning. I know. I knew what was going on between you two. Martin,
Oh boy.
not like that. No, it's fine. I fixed that little problem. What do you mean you? No. Oh, Mark. What have you done? First the dog wouldn't listen to me, then my wife. I think the only thing I've learned through all of this is that I am not going to let anyone let me down, including you!
Whoa. Well, I see we're in the back rooms.
Just keep the flow going. Do you know the ice cream man, the ice cream man, the ice cream man?
Oh no. Let's not. Well, let's not. Oh no, here we go. It's coming.
Do you know the ice cream man who loves
Oh,
to
no.
eat his sweets?
It's coming, I know it is. Can't get me. Here we go. There he fucking is in the corner. There it is. Okay, it didn't show a face, thank goodness. Anyway. Zach Bagans off the screen, we're moving on. Memology time. How it started. Oh boy. California is screwed. Oh, really, California? You have some balls on you. Wow. Yeah, me watching a state getting sued for acting there for... Yeah. So stupid. Look at Kurt.
You gotta start this. We can start.
Oh, here we go. Kool-Aid cherry pie, everybody.
Let's just get the Kool-Aid in the bottom there. It's cherry, right? But this cherry.
Hey, I hope you're sure watching.
Cherry looks purple. It's my Kool-Aid cough. All right. Now we come behind that now with some sweetened condensed milk. Okay. Look at the pour. Look at the flow. Now I can grab my little blender because I'm mixing that Kool-Aid. Cool Whip in this bad boy, and I can just fold this in. For those of you who don't understand folding, just Google it. It's not like clothes, kind of like clothes, but it's food. Okay, so we come in now and get all our Cool Whip in there. Right. So we just chunk it first.
Chunk it.
Chunk it. Hey, hey, hey! What's his name? Not Guy Tori. What's his name? Guy. No, hold on.
Guy Fieri.
Gordon Ramsay. Okay. Gordon, you know anything about this?
Chunk it.
Chunking it. this and take the plastic out. Why am I showing you that part? Because the plastic is critical to what comes next. See, pull that out, right? And now we come in here with our love juice. Look at that. Beautiful.
I sure hope Jenny's watching.
Remember this part
is
here?
her favorite part.
It's to protect it while it's in the fridge. So I just flip that upside down like that. I think Gordon Ramsay even know what this is. This plastic thing. That's what I'm saying. My boy ain't know nothing but no Keebler pie crust. How you be a world famous chef and not know Keebler pie crust? I'm gonna put this in the fridge now, just to get it right. Daddy's home. Look what Daddy brought. He bought pie for everybody. This is not a pie knife, but I like this knife, so the hell with it. It's a pie knife now. Oh, goodness.
How comes the pie off center like that?
Is that off the center? How can you get this out?
We don't have a pie. Oh, we might have a pie slicer now.
Yeah, we have a pie thing.
I think it might be.
Oh, snapperello!
Poke it up.
Kind of, okay.
What the heck, guy?
We didn't screw nothing up. Whipped cream. Oh, snap.
This Anwar really making a Homestuck Patrol, but he is, yeah.
Because I'm so good with the sprinkles. Ooh, mommy. And there you have it! Kool-Aid cherry pie. I'm just going in for the taste now. Get a little piece off the back. I like crust, you know? I like the pie crust. Oh, damn. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. It can't taste bad. Just think about that. Delicious. Stay hungry.
I don't think so.
Ras Kitchen, no itching, no snitching.
We
Give
go,
them pizza.
Ras
Oh no,
Kitchen.
kick. Yeah. So we say not no with honor, not no with claw, neither with hoof, whiskers, nor paw. Not no way I swim, way I reel nor crawl. With stomach and a burial ground nor mag. Me say not no with the eye nor mouth nor teeth. Not no way walk, run, fly, swim nor creep. Not no way crawl nor ball with jaw nor beak. None of them they sitting there I'm for no eat. Not no with the eye nor mouth. Big up in a Ras Kitchen, no itching, no switching, no snitching. Add up. No. I had to hear the pioneer to the world, huh? Right time. Right time.
It's Matthew here on the north coast of Jamaica and
Hi,
in Plantation Cove at the inaugural ITAL Food Fest. I was invited here to come check things out. There's going to be all kinds of different stages with music, food preparation, philosophy, a whole bunch of special guests from all over the world, including Dr. Aris Latham, Ras Jinga, you may recognize from this channel recently from my last trip to Grenada, and a whole bunch of other amazing celebrity chefs and just people involved in the ITAL food world. So yeah, I'm super stoked to be here and very happy. I haven't spent a lot of time on the North Coast, I don't know it that well, but it looks like a great turnout. Let's go inside, check out ITAL Food Fest.
Take a look.
All right, so very friendly security. Got my pass here, media pass. This is awesome. I'm pretty stoked on this. Looks like an amazing setup. Tons of vendors, food. I'm gonna go see who I know. Hopefully meet some new people too. We got the sound check going on in front of me here. Big things, a lot of different artists coming out tonight. I'm gonna go check some of these food stalls. Looks like there's some amazing stuff.
All right, we're here at the spot. We're gonna try some raw ackee. I eat a lot of cooked ackee, but never raw. So.
Be careful, you know, because everyone who died from ackee poisoning, the ackee was cooked.
That's what I watched in your video.
Yeah.
It's the opposite of what we believe in Jamaica, though.
Right, because if the ackee is raw and the poison in it, you vomit. Everything come out. But if you cook it, the body can't detect it. So you only know that you're poisoned when you're dead.
Okay, that's a good point. I'll have to try this one. All right.
Jamaican vomiting sickness.
Can you tell me everything that's in it? So it's got.
Okay, so it's ackee, you got peppers, you got scallion, you have amaranth, and we have olives, we have olive oil, we have noni, and lots of fresh ingredient seasoning that we use.
Okay,
Yes.
and it's all sun-fired.
Sun-fired. This is raw.
Absolutely raw. That looks great. Okay.
Yes.
This looks awesome.
All right, so very cool. Just got to meet Dr. Aris Latham, who I've been following for a long time. And yeah, very interesting because he specializes in sun-fired food, no cooking, naturally raw food. So first time doing raw ackee, because in Jamaica, if you know, people really put the fear into you about eating raw ackee, especially unopened ackee.
Unopened, yeah, that's really bad.
Whoa. Got some
Skin
pepper
raw, that's
kick,
right, Jenny.
a nice kind of oiliness, texture, a little bit of creaminess. The ackee itself has a more of a crunchy texture. Obviously, it's going to be a little harder not being cooked, but it's still got a very nice texture. It almost sort of marinates in the juice that they put on it. There's a small hint of bitterness from the ackee, but it still tastes wonderful, and a little bit of pepper vibe, so you get a little bit of a kick. So, I don't know, this is really good. First time eating raw ackee. And yeah, if you're in Jamaica, you probably haven't tried it either, I'm guessing. So I'm at a Roots and Drinks station now, Authentic Rastafari. I'm going to meet the owners here and try some of these tonics. And as you know, I love a Roots tonic. A lot of health benefits.
All right, so we're at the Indigenous Rastafari Holistic Herbal Healer.
Yes, I not chat.
Nice to meet you guys.
Blessed love you.
Yeah. Tell me about your roots here. This is really amazing.
All right, I want to know, I want to name stimulant. As I say, in a sore throat, cold, flu, dengue fever.
Wow.
Every house we have this.
Okay.
See? Yes, I. Acid reflux, etc. See, Rastaman, I love him confident for black woman. We run the continent, you know, we can't drop off of it.
Yeah.
Hyper roots. You know, these are the right type of roots.
Yeah, hyper the right type of, yeah.
Yes, I roots with bird pepper.
Okay.
You know?
So that's the spicy one for the people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, the Ital Food Fest and whole heap of germs in the system and want detox. And come the Ital way. See it? Detox.
Okay.
You know, keep your light, keep your skin clean, the whole works, you know?
Amazing.
Yes, sir.
So I know some of the ingredients on here. I know Chinese roots a very... Chinese roots a proper part of a lot of different roots. They usually have the Chinese root in there. And Shame Old Lady, would that be the same as they call it sometimes Shamey Darling? The plant that you touch and it closes up.
Yes,
nice.
Good for inflammation.
Yeah.
Gonorrhea, etc. Clean up your skin too. You know, sarsaparilla, #1 blood purifier.
All right.
Yeah?
All right.
Yeah, man. So to get the link, it's 1-876-285-5091.
Okay.
So it's DESI, capital I, and a natural without a U. So we keep it straight. Yeah, what you say I know, you know.
Yeah.
We have the ackee without salvage.
Okay.
That is named Akchai. Ackee with pakchai. And over here we have the Ital stew, chi bean stew. I have broad bean, black eyed peas, etc. We have the chickpeas turmeric. We have the bungo, rice and peas in a Jamaica because it's even great thing.
Nice.
And we have the Ital sip. Wait there.
Oh, yeah.
Look, there's
You
a
see that
sour
Joe here? That one here, a baby in a bucket.
Oh my, I might need some of that
Yeah, but you
actually.
about mountain sap mixed with the sour sap. Blend up with the coconut.
Is mountain sop like a sour sop or is
It's
it
a
different?
family relative.
Okay, I don't know if I've had mountain sop before.
Yeah, you need to try this one.
Yeah, okay.
You know? Good for you to try it on the camera and tell them. You
Okay,
understand?
okay, let's try
Yeah.
mountain sop. I've never had mountain sop. This is the first. Wow. So it's like a sour sop family.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So we link up the family together.
All right, here we go.
Nona
Mountain
fruit
sop.
family. I've never heard of mountain sop either. I've only heard of sour sop and jungle sop to be related that kind of way.
Ooh. Yeah, it's got that nice sweetness like the sour sop, that kind of milky texture that you get. Ice cold, as you can see by the ice in here, but it's different. It's definitely a little twist on the sour sop. Super nice and sweet, and yeah, very different texture than what I'm used to. Do you have a mountain sop here by any
probably
chance?
like
Like the fruit itself?
sour sop,
No,
it
okay.
kinda tastes very
Just checking. I want to see what it looks like, but that's so good.
It's called sour sop. It does taste sweet.
This is the aisle you can't drink. You can't drink vegetable oil. So let's stop eating. See?
And what does that look like to you, Jenny Piz?
I was just listening to a video about Dr. Aris talking about the heat processing of coconut
Yes,
oil
sir.
actually
Being such
really
a big-
damages
Yes, sir.
and makes it a saturated fat instead of a healthy fat.
Yes, sir.
So this is cold pressed
So
then.
like people plant them, we have there, dehydrate them. Don't fry up something, you know, because we keeping it healthy, you know.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Jenny, look,
It's
it's
the man,
Jamaica.
man.
Do you think they have horses there? Come on.
It's the man them, you know.
It's goat
We have problem in
piss
the
and
bedroom.
goats.
I don't want to build a label for that one.
Front end lifter.
You should get that
No,
right,
then find
right
it.
off the bat, Jenny.
Find it. It has
Failing the
27
test.
different ingredients.
Get
You know
it
the
done.
maca
Yes.
etc. Along with the chain root, the honey goat wheat, the bee pollen, the noon, the bud pepper, etc. Remember me telling you, King, if you have a problem and you want to see if you're married, come link I and find it.
Yes.
And the balance the female pH. We don't have to do no bag of work. And she chuck on it. And we just ready for it. Find it. Everybody's system. Designer child.
Yeah.
Health is a wealth, you know?
And where can people find you?
I'm in Portmore now. Can link me on the social
Use your
media.
words.
Just look up the name, Designer child. Ital Food, which is a vital food, the Ital Food Fest. Let the food come from
Heard
Mother
that
Earth
for your
and
kid,
Father
yeah,
Nature.
the hacky sack
Keeping
you
it
got on,
natural,
yeah.
everything natural. All the spoon natural. No iron or rope or iron, straight from nature. Because we are one with the one. Ital Food Fest with it. Keeping it real.
I'm loving the mountain sop, and I think I got to take the Hypa roots home. The hype was real at this stall, so yeah, definitely check out Des I Natural, currently in Portmore. I'll link it right below.
Oh, wait, is it Portland?
Okay, I'm Arlene.
Hi,
I'm
Arlene.
gonna get this thing from my little, it's not really a company, it's what we call Soul Trader.
Yes.
Registration, it's called Lily Valley. And because I'm so not accustomed to coming out of Kingston, I have left all my signs.
Well, I found you anyway because I
But
saw
you know, it's a lucky
kombucha.
thing.
I was very
right,
interested.
Right, because the Lily Valley logo, that's the logo right there. If you
Okay.
can see it, can you see it?
I can see it. Looks good.
All right. So I do kombucha at the market. I also do a mosquito
kombucha. Porky
repellent.
drinks
Oh,
An
this
excellent
I could
res-
use.
That's a very good mosquito repellent. It's all essential oils and extracts.
Okay, this
And
is right up my
the
alley.
base is
Porky, you
coconut
could drink
oil,
some
and it's
kombucha
usually
from
either
Jamaica.
organic or naturally cold pressed coconut
Okay.
oil. And which is in the base, and we have peppermint, lavender. Not the usual suspects. You'd think that maybe I'd have lemongrass in there, but I'm allergic.
Okay, so
I'm
you found an
allergic.
alternative. Tell me about your
Works very
kombucha here because I see the
kombucha.
big scobies on the label here. That's
Oh,
awesome.
yeah,
I make it at home for
You
about
do?
4 years. I've been making it. Same SCOBY.
The same scope.
Same one.
Wow.
Yeah, it's been going a
So
long
you have
time.
lot of mothers.
It got huge and I had to keep taking some
Take
off.
it off
But
and- yeah, but you know you don't throw it away, right? You have
no,
plants.
I give it to
Because
friends
you-
usually.
Okay,
Yeah.
because you know, I was just telling some customers, kombucha is not a thing that you throw away.
Yeah.
You never throw away kombucha. All right, so when it gets too acidic,
Yeah.
you make kombucha vinegar and use it
Okay.
as a salad dressing.
Which I've made that mistake before.
And don't throw it out. I hope you have used it as a salad dressing.
I make so much, some of it
Salad
gets
dressing.
poured out.
Oh no.
Okay.
Oh no, and then I make ackee butter.
Ackee butter,
Ackee
really?
butter is a spread that I make using ackee.
Okay.
It's not cooked in a conventional sense, not the way we normally prepare ackee.
Yeah.
But I'm vegan, so I had to find something to replace butter. So ackee butter does well. for me.
Very cool.
And then I do a line of teas. Now here's the thing about the teas. For example, this blend, I call it warm greetings in the
Yeah.
tea. It's a tea blend, a loose tea blend. But it's the same formula, the same recipe that makes the spicy sorrel kombucha.
Well,
Same
Jenny,
recipe.
maybe if you
And
be a little
sometimes
bit
on
more
a Saturday
patient, we'll
morning,
see
I
some
usually serve
herbal
tea,
infusions
natural
like
teas
that.
on a
Little
Saturday
lady, sorry,
for the
big
customers
lady.
at no charge.
Okay.
And this is one of the favorites.
Cool.
Hi.
What's your favorite kombucha flavor here?
Well, I'm gonna tell you the truth, I'm a rainbow guy.
Yeah?
So whatever flavor
This guy might have
kombucha comes into, once I know that the nutrition is in the kombucha, well, you know, I'll go for everyone.
Nice.
You know, see? Yeah.
I like
So
mixing it up too, but I've never had a sorrel one. That seems like a very Jamaican style.
Well, that's
of
good enough
kombucha.
because sorrel is good for the blood. So that should enhance the blood frequency. And blood is the fuel of the body. So you get a great nutritional value in the bloodstream when you use it with the sorrel.
Do they put ginger in this one too? Like
Well,
the normal-
ginger is great too, you know. Well, she's a producer, so she would tell you that.
Yeah.
But what I know about ginger is great for circulation, so it allows the system to absorb it even faster.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
So that's very good.
And what's the more lighter yellow flavor one? Oh, you have a rosemary beet.
All right.
Whoa.
So the yellow flavor one is what the yellow flavor one?
All right, so this one is lemongrass, which is a favorite.
Okay, classic.
Which is a favorite. But I tell you, overwhelmingly favorite on all my customers is basil.
Hey, I need to try that one at home.
Overwhelming. It really is a lovely flavor.
The nice thing with the basil again, because it have a mental-ated vibration again. The system absorbs it
There
at
you
a
go,
lighter
there you go.
vibration.
Systems and
'Cause that's what
vibrations, Jenny.
mental vibration does. It gives a lighter vibration in whatever it does. You know, in other words, it lifts the spirit.
You can always use some
You
spirit
love New
lifting.
Wave
Everybody can
spirits,
use
Yeah,
that,
man.
right, Jenny?
So it's nice for people to get this knowledge, you know, because it's around them. So they need to be reminded of what joy it brings through healing. Because that's what all of this is about. It's about healing.
Now, is kombucha very popular in Jamaica? Because I haven't actually seen it that much.
Well, I'm not sure. She could probably give you a better information on
Ross
the old
Dynamics, yeah, pretty
kombucha
much.
vibration. I want to know if it's popular in Jamaica.
Not really. It's kind of underground yet.
Yeah, but it's getting more popular now, you know, because even now there are more local brands.
Jenny knows all about
now in Jamaica than
vibrations.
before. So I've seen it popping up in
The seismic
different
scales
places.
going on.
People are learning because I think at first when they hear, oh, there's a mushroom drink, people go, whoa, 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 hold
But
on.
listen, my mother used to make this, and they used to call it casa Cossack tea.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the weirdest thing. Cossack tea.
Like Cossack isn't from Russia originally?
Exactly.
Okay.
Which is weird because there's a toss-up as to whether it came from China or from Russia. But the person who named it, kombucha, that was the name of the person who named it. Kombucha tea. It is said that somebody 4,000 years ago found this cup of tea that had fermented in an abandoned building somewhere and looked at it and said, but that looks like it will be good, and tasted it, and that's how kombucha started. Now that's just a story. I really don't know if that's what happened.
It's a power of what you call preservation, because that is what things like this does. It preserves energy and health.
You know, skin tone, a lot of these people,
a lot of these things have what you call a lot of water
maybe you need to pick
foundation.
up
Water keeps them going because water is life, which is liquid light. You know, so yeah, things like this. So it is good for people to realize that, and I like to say this since this is an ital food thing, is that it's good to put your creativity in what you're going to eat. So it's good to sow a seed, but it's hard if you're going to eat flesh and you cannot blow breath into an animal and you're shedding blood to eat. That's against your frequency of love. You know, so people need, and that creates ill health.
Hey Jenny, feel the frequency of love right now.
You know, right. So if you take it natural and put your energy in its own reproduction state, then hey, it's a balance from one to the other, which is great health.
Well, I think I need to try one. Which one should I go for? Let's see.
All right. So if you're having, you know what, you were intrigued by the sorry.
I should do the sorrel one since we're the kind of Christmas season, and I it's hard to get sorrel in Canada. I can get the dried sorrel, but I can't get the other sorrel.
What you are doing here, you know, is not no little what we in Jamaica would say a little buck up thing. It's an ordinance of anointment. Why we have the little reasoning, and you actually feel a connection to it too, that you end up getting your portion. So all health unto you.
I appreciate it. Bless up. Much respect. And what's your name again, sir?
Magi.
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 All right, nice to meet you.
Oh, is he going to give us some frankincense and merch?
All
right, we got kombucha. Love kombucha. I'm a big grower of kombucha at home. Like I said, same SCOBY for 4 years. So this is the spicy sorrel. Ooh.
Blue hair and
so nice
brown
and fizzy.
hair.
And yeah, that very nice Christmassy flavor. A little bit of ginger in the mix.
Have blue hair.
That is so nice. Yeah, if you're not into kombucha yet, it's honestly pretty easy to make at home. So highly, highly recommend. So yeah, definitely check out Lily Valley.
Okay, I'm Chef Nicholas Tennant from the Art Runaway Bay College, St. Anne's Bay, and today we are at Ital Fest and we are doing a meatball simmered in tomato sauce.
How does that make you feel, Porky Jason? You have your blue eyes of nobility.
And a roasted red bell pepper sauce. And the dish of the day that is taking the place is our Ital pasta, which has raisins, it has haki, it has tofu in it, and it's simmered in real blended coconut milk that was reduced with turmeric and thyme and all different natural herbs and aromatics.
Now, when you say meatball, obviously though, it's not meatball. It's
That's
something
a meatball,
else, right?
it's vegetable.
Vegetable. Yes.
I'm Chantal, I'm from Kingston, but I recently moved to Trelawney, and I'm here at Ital Food Fest for the first time, and I love it.
Pretty nice so far. What do you think of the quote-unquote meatball?
It's different, but it's filling. You can actually taste each texture and ingredient in it, which is what I like about Ital food. It's what I like about Ital food. It's very smooth, and it's something that you know that's good for you. So you almost feel no guilt eating it at all.
Delicious. She said it for both of us. It was very good. I mean, smooth, creamy. It's a creaminess to it. You can't really tell what exactly you're eating, but you know it's something very good. You know. I'm here like it's my third, you know.
Yeah. Free samples. Everyone likes free samples. Yeah.
Thanks, guys. Here we go. Ital meatball. Tastes a lot of the black beans. Definitely a different texture, but the sauce is really nice. A nice tomato sauce. A lot of herbs in there. There's some bay leaf, some oregano. Yeah, very, very pasta. Very nice.
Polenta with jackfruit. Okay.
And you have a creamy red pepper and turmeric sauce.
Okay. Thank you so much.
I do know a little thing or two about polenta. I do really like polenta. Made with a lot of corn. Although polenta with jackfruit, man, jackfruit is such a versatile one. I mean, I personally usually like it really sweet, but I know it does make a really good meat substitute. Kind of has that meaty type texture. When you eat it, it's not as ripe. It has that more savory texture instead of the sweet. So, try this with the sauce here. Wow. The hint of sweetness, a little bit of spiciness from the pepper, nice chewy polenta. That is beautiful. I gotta start cooking with jackfruit more. So good.
Then do it.
Pasta of the day. That's the pasta of the event right there.
Nice.
Yeah. So we got some raisins in it. We have tofu. We're gonna put some ackee in it, and we're gonna put some spice. The spice is gonna contribute with the sweetness of the raisins and the spiciness of the Scotch bonnet. And we're gonna simmer this down in some fresh coconut milk that we reduced already from our hard kitchen to reduction with the coconut sauce with turmeric. Totally redone. You're gonna try it. You're gonna
looking good. It's looking good already. Whoa, ackee in there too.
Yeah.
Ackee on top.
This is our coconut reduction.
Okay.
That we reduce with turmeric. So turmeric give it that nice rich yellow color. Some fresh coconut milk as well with coconut oil.
Wow. Get that coconut in there.
And then we got some dry herbs, some cilantro. No, we can't make pasta without dry herbs or fresh herbs. Yeah.
Zucca.
Zucchini. This is what we're going to be using for our pasta because, you know, normally we order pasta.
So both kinds of zucchini, both colors, same zucchini?
Yeah,
Okay,
so
nice.
we have one squash and zucchini. Yeah. So we're not going to use any pre-made pasta today.
Oh wow, look at that.
Wow.
Filling up. Proper Italian way where you cook everything in the sauce. It's not sauce after. I'm an honorary Italian. You can't put the sauce in after.
No.
Can't be done.
Disrespect. How is it smelling?
Amazing. Yeah, it smells. Yeah, it smells very much like a pasta, but very different ingredients than usual.
Oh, okay. Can't start to try now.
Thank you, chef.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you. Respect.
Right, so I'm gonna try this pasta. Now, I'm not Italian, but I do live in an Italian neighborhood. They even call me Matteo on my street. So I'm a little snobby when it comes to pastas. But this looks very unique, very interesting, very delicious. And even though I'll eat everything, but I pretty much hate wet kind of raisins and sauce especially, I have a feeling this is still gonna be good. So bear with me. Here we go.
It starts gagging.
And a professional in raw food preparation.
That's actually super good. It makes a coconut with a hint of spice on it. Ackee's just magical, works and everything. I still don't like the sweetness of the raisins, but again, normally I don't even touch raisins, so the fact that I'm even eating this means it's really, really damn good. So hats off to the young chefs over here. And I love tofu, and I love ackee.
A celebration of a journey with green smoothies and life-changing benefits.
That is amazing. So I'm gonna link everyone below. Just definitely check out the link. And this is some really incredible ITAL food.
Represent to the world, original proper spice, you know, hot food to the world for the boy and for the girl. And that's to say, how you say it, you know, again and again. I used to say hot food to the world, for the boy and for the girl. Africa, the motherland, you see it, representing the ITAL Fest. Proper spice, live in living colors. Hot it again. You see it. Bam, bam, bam.
My name's Mark, I'm from Kingston originally, and this is Zen Bowls. So what we do are natural acai bowls, exotic fruit smoothies, and all kinds of goodness. So we have things ranging from spirulina to maca to ashwagandha, you name it. And we infuse it in our smoothies, so it's all just goodness, you know what I mean?
And you made me a good recommendation. What's my recommendation for today?
Alright, so we're going to line you up, bro, with the acai base and half of the mango passion. And the mango and passion fruit is very special, but we get that from our friends on the south coast of Jamaica.
Alright.
Yeah.
Looking forward to it.
It's going to be a vibe, bro.
Alright. Acai, the magic rainforest superfood from Brazil.
No, I drop on honey too. Yeah, it's like an extra vibe.
For real.
Yeah.
I thought it was a smoothie. That's no smoothie, my guy. You gotta blend it.
Thank you. Looks amazing.
Right, this is my last meal. The whole ITAL Fest, my dessert, so to speak. So, looks so good. Acai, mango, passion fruit, star fruit. There's so much good stuff on this. Wow. That's so good. So magical. Yeah, acai is one of my favorite fruits. First had it in Brazil when I was like 20 years old, 2001 or something like that. So glad to see places like this in Jamaica. Yeah, definitely check out Zen Bowls. Zen Bowls. Don't miss it. Food trucks, so they're going to be around everywhere. Great looking truck here that you'll see at all kinds of different events all around the country.
All right, so I'm with Irina from the famous YouTube channel.
Hi, Jamaica with Ira here. It's a pleasure seeing everyone here, and thank you, Matthew. It's a pleasure meeting you finally in person. And yeah, so hi, and I hope you have enjoyed the ITAL Food Fest, because I'm just meeting so many fantastic people here. Absolutely brilliant.
There must be a lot of people that run up to you as well and say, hey, I know you from the channel.
I do, but you know how that is.
Brilliant.
So, yeah.
What's your favorite food been here so far?
I've tried plantain with some absolutely fantastic stuff. I don't know, it was like kind of more soury, and I loved it.
Awesome.
Yeah, that was good. And also some fresh ackee with some other beans, I think, and something in there. It was good. And the, what's the name of the party? What's the name? Chicken peas party.
Okay.
Chickpeas.
Chickpeas. Not chicken peas.
Chicken peas? No chicken, no bone zone. Come on. Chickpeas party.
Nice.
My English,
bone-in pizza.
not a native speaker, don't speak good English. You know,
Well, it was awesome to meet you, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the festival
Absolutely.
too.
Thank you so much, Matthew. Have a fantastic time.
All right, that's it from ITAL Food Fest here on the north coast of Jamaica. Hope you enjoyed. Definitely do check out all the vendors and chefs' links. I'll try and put them below. Definitely some people that I wanted to see that I didn't get the chance to see, so maybe I'll get invited back next year and try some more of this amazing food festival out. Great vendors, met some really cool people, and great events. And it's going till 11 at night with the music, but I think I'm done for the day, so I'm gonna call it. Anyway, bless up. Please do like and subscribe. Much respect.
Alrighty, moving on. Here we go.
Seal that up. Light blue. Yes. Green. Huh? Purple. Little yellow. Mozzarella. Now watch what we do.
We're having a rainbow pizza.
You switch out. Y'all know we do, guys. But this is a good position, guys. This one right here, I have full control. I get some yellow in here. Purple. Mr. Green Thumb. Blue in here. Red. Get it mixed in. Do your thing, Green. Oh, yeah. White pizza sauce. Got to go with the white background.
White pizza sauce is mayonnaise.
Edges like so. Coming around a little yellow, okay? Look at this cheese. Little blue. Blue. Let's talk off right in the center there. Hello! Do your thing. That's what nice. That's what I'm talking about.
I hope you're watching, Jenny.
Ooh, wow. I think these colors make it taste better. I'm not gonna lie to you.
All right, now it's Bobbert time.
Hi everybody, Robert Dyer, and welcome to the Robert Dyer channel Christmas Countdown, where I'm always excited to have a new flavor of Doritos. And holy smokers, here we have the return of the late night series Doritos Late Night Loaded Taco. And I remember late night tacos. This was about 15 years ago, before I even had this channel running. They had late night cheeseburger and late night taco. I think the cheeseburger Doritos may have been the best flavor of all time of Doritos, along with Pizza Hut Doritos and Jumpin' Jack. Pizza Hut cheeseburger and guacamole is probably the holy trinity of Doritos flavors. Okay, so let's take a closer look at the packaging here, and first of all you have that incredible new Doritos logo, which number of years old at this point, but it's still as impressive and sharp as it was when they introduced it. And then you have late night, and you have this neon taco and the actual chip. Here on the back you have the Doritos logo again, but as is often the case with Frito-Lay, poor use of the back panel here. And we have the laughable serving size 11 chips. That's for all the small kids and small animals out there, I guess, eat 11 chips. And pretty good sodium amount, 150 milligrams, especially when you're talking about a taco flavor. Not much else here health-wise. It does have monosodium glutamate for those who are concerned about that, but that often results in a great flavor. aroma, it's definitely, we had that discussion in the recent Pringles taco, street taco. That had a very different aroma. This is definitely your Taco Bell seasoned beef aroma. That seasoning they use, and of course they have many copycats out there. We get one of these out of the bag. There's nothing particularly distinctive about the aroma compared to a regular taco Dorito. Let's go ahead and see how it tastes. Seen from that first chip that it is actually a little bit different from the standard taco flavor Doritos, whereas those are, like many taco flavored chips, they are strictly more like the seasoning in the beef for a taco. These chips, I taste a significant amount of cheese in the flavors. The idea that there was cheese loaded on top wasn't pushed heavily on the front, but there's definitely a cheesy element to this, which is certainly positive in my opinion. I also noticed something, there's a little bit of a vegetable element going on.
What does that
I
mean?
taste tomato.
It's a
And
low
I would
taco?
almost say I taste lettuce, but perhaps it's some other lettuce approximate, lettuce adjacent.
Who used the
flavor.
word adjacent?
Sort of like the vegetable thin crackers. Put enough vegetable flavoring in there, and you can kind of represent something like tomato and lettuce, but I really does taste like when you get the Supreme taco at Taco Bell or something that has all the extras on it. The sour cream, the
All the
tomato,
fixins.
lettuce. So I think it is delivering on the loaded taco promise. Bob, every gamer knows
It's me or psychosis.
that at some point in the Christmas holidays, you get to a critical mass of Christmas dinner, Christmas candy, and eggnog that puts you into another zone for the games, and you start finding things you never found before. This just happened to me when I was playing Chisholm Trail on the Texas Instruments TI-99 4A. There I was leading my cattle across the Lone Star State with the destination of Wichita, Kansas, quickly transforming into Quick Draw Bob, fastest finger in the West. Guns blazing as rustlers and banditos fall by the wayside, hot branding irons trying to rebrand my cattle for their own. Well, we got 'em through, and then somewhere between Waco and the Red River, I stopped into a Whataburger, and when I used the men's room, I noticed there was a part of the wall behind the urinals that was starting to give way, and I pushed through, and I found another trail branch in front of me, and so I started going forward. Suddenly I found myself at the Alamo. I went inside, and in a dark room, I found Phil Collins. He said,
What is he
"Thank
doing
God
there?"
you're here. You're one of the only people I can trust in this battle against the new world order." He said, "We've got to find Jim Bowie's knife. It's a power object that will be necessary to achieve total victory."
For who?
As you know, the Bowie knife It was made out of a meteorite that fell from outer space.
What?
That gives it certain properties that the average person doesn't understand.
I don't understand.
It's a power object. You must help me to find it, Bob, he said. He said, get behind my wheelchair. My body has been ravaged by sin. Push my wheelchair up the Chisholm Trail all the way to Wichita. Don't do it for me. Do it for the kids.
Don't do it for me. Do it for the kids. Woo!
Insane, man.
Well, I'll have to say that I think they did a pretty good job with these. The packaging is a little understated, but it certainly works from the late night theme standpoint. There could be more description to try to sell the product on the back. You just say, one bold crunch, taste the night. What does the night taste like? But having said that, the flavor, it definitely
Taste
is a
the
loaded
night.
taco. The cheese is
I'm gonna guess
so
he's gonna give it a 4.
realistic that it practically tastes like I just took some of the shredded cheese out of the package you'd buy at the store and just put it in my mouth. I can taste that real cheese flavor. And anytime cheese is in the recipe, it's going to be a positive for Doritos. So I think that, along with the tomato flavor and some of the other sort of garden flavors that you get mixed with the cheese, it definitely qualified as a loaded taco. I wasn't getting the sour cream part of the flavor as strongly. And
It's
I think
not gonna get a 5
overall,
out of 5, huh?
There's a little something missing here. The flavor is not quite as strong. The coating isn't quite as thick. Perhaps that's how they got that lower sodium amount. But I think certainly some strength of the flavor was sacrificed. There's no beef flavor. And so you're dealing with taco seasoning and then some of the loaded toppings. So it's overall a good tasting taco
Get to the
chip,
fucking
but it's
review.
not what it could have been.
Just say it.
With
4
a
out of
little
5.
more punch and a
I think
little
3 out of
more
5.
meat.
Tell me.
So I'm going to go ahead and give this a pretty solid 4
I
out
knew
of
it.
5 stars.
I knew it.
So
4.
I hope you like this video. Share it with your friends. Please subscribe, and I'll see you next time on this Christmas countdown. Bye, everybody.
He goes back to the ether from which he came. The abyss, even. Alright, moving on. Here's we got this as another breakup. Again with an idiot. Yep. Oh, look at that. How's it going? Yep. Oh. Good job, dummies. You wanted it. Now you got what you wanted. Stoop time. You know he's getting spent. Look what he's talking about, Porky. The Rock.
Take a look back on it years later. Nicolas Cage and Sean Connery in a Michael Bay movie isn't anything groundbreaking, but by God, it's so cool. It was just this one time, we'll never have it again, and everyone was just at the point of almost becoming a satire of themselves, but they weren't really cartoons yet. They're still trying to be taken seriously, but also have fun while doing it. Even when people talk about hating Michael Bay films, they usually follow it up with, but The Rock was pretty fun. And that's exactly what this is, a pretty fun time. A terrorist, played by Ed Harris, has kidnapped a tour group who was being shown around Alcatraz until they were kidnapped. He has a super cool looking bioweapon that, honestly, I have no idea if this thing really exists, but man, cinematically, it looks great. It looks cool being taken out of canisters, it's super sensitive, so when it starts rolling, you always have a fear it's gonna be punctured and kill everybody.
Anal
It's just
beads.
cool. So obviously they have to send in an expert on the weapon, played by Nicolas Cage, and the only living man who broke out of Alcatraz, played by Sean Connery. Yeah, I know all these people have character names, but let's face it, you're watching Nicolas Cage and Sean Connery try to stop Ed Harris. They're basically playing the cinematic selves. And let's also be honest, that's exactly what we want, and Michael Bay is a good director to bring that to us. I feel like Michael Bay is kind of the flip side of Roland Emmerich. He'll usually get kind of these geeky people to star in his films, but in Roland Emmerich films, they're usually really annoying and I don't like watching them, but in Michael Bay films, you have about a 50-50 chance that they're gonna be pretty entertaining. Maybe because they don't do the traditional thing where they give them geeky glasses and just make a bunch of dorky jokes, he chooses actors that do bring their own charm to it. I'll even admit, I don't mind Shia LaBeouf in the first Transformers movie. The sequels are a different story. But Cage is believable as somebody who's on the edge but has enough know-how about this stuff. He's just odd and awkward enough. I would buy this would be a guy who stays fit but also has a real interest in this strange subject. Sean Connery basically has to be the older badass that he was playing a lot around that time, and again, if you're good at something, why stop doing it? He brings that traditional charm but also rough attitude that mixes pretty well with a character that's both supposed to be kind of a hero and kind of a villain. I don't think I'm spoiling anything by saying he doesn't want to go on the mission, but as time goes by, he does learn some respect for Cage's character. And what they end up doing with the two at the end feels right. It doesn't feel like you're cheated or manipulated in any way. It's a little gimmicky, but it's gimmicky in the right way. A way we want to see for a film like this. Ed Harris, I feel like could play this role in his sleep, but once again, it's because he's really good at playing it. He does a good job being a sympathetic villain without being too sympathetic or too evil. You don't want to see him succeed, but you know where he's coming from. And like I said, even Michael Bay wasn't quite in Transformers testicle territory yet. I think the only major hit he had before this was Bad Boys, and I'll admit it is fun seeing a lot of these cliches we would associate with this guy kind of starting out here. If you look at it now, you'd say this looks like a million other movies out there, and 900,000 of them were probably directed by Michael Bay. But at the time, this was kind of an innovative style. Roger Ebert talked about how most of his shots were pretty much just a trailer, like everything was shot for a trailer, and yeah, he's correct, but I feel like there is a right way and a wrong way to do that, and in The Rock, it feels like for the most part it's done right. I feel like there's a good energy to it, a good pacing to it. I feel like Bay lost that shortly after this film. But it was intriguing seeing these kind of shots that were usually saved for bigger moments in a movie just kind of used all the time. I'm not sure if he found a lot of shortcuts to get these shots done, or if he just had a very clear vision of what he wanted, or maybe it was a bit of both. But it's a style that feels big, but not too big. It knows what it is. It's just a fun little action movie that still wants you to feel a little something. It wants you to stay invested.
There it goes.
For the most part, yeah, okay. So there are some Bay-isms here that sadly do not age that well, and yeah, he definitely exploited much more down the line. Like, the big one being, even if something is not action sequence, it's an action sequence. In the opening, there's a moment where one of these green spheres looks like it might have been punctured, and it looks like people are gonna get infected, and it's supposed to be a suspenseful moment, but it's not shot like a suspenseful moment. It's shot like an action sequence, and it just suddenly goes from like 0 to 1,000 in like a millisecond. I remember when I was a teen watching that and saying, that felt a little weird. I get the feeling that was supposed to be more of a quiet moment, like with moody music instead of action-packed music. There's also a car chase in the middle of the movie, and yes, you're expected to have a little bit of camera movement because it's an action sequence. You want to keep the momentum up, but there's literally scenes of people just talking in their cars, and the camera is constantly zooming in, zooming out, moving left, moving right. It is so obnoxious. I guess you could say that's kind of the kitschy fun of watching a Bay film, but I don't know. It just gives me a headache. But when the real action sequences have to get going, they're usually done pretty well. I'm not gonna say they're spectacular or anything, but I can make them out enough, and I do find myself rooting for the main characters. Well, it's at Michael Biehn, because if he's in the movie, you know what's gonna happen to him. It's a good Michael Bay film.
Michael Biehn, what's he gonna do, die?
Michael Bay. And even then, I acknowledge there is a right and a wrong way to do it.
He never dies in a
movie. Got that talent of giving young male audiences exactly what they were looking for at exactly the right time. Whether you see that as a good thing or not. But in my opinion, this is one of the good times. It's light enough without being insulting, dramatic enough without being depressing, action-packed enough without being tiring, and charming enough without being too manipulative. It's the perfect definition of an enjoyable waste of time.
All right, there we go. That's done. Moving on. Time for the drinks, and then we'll be done. Here we go. Frog sent this in.
Oh, God. 1, 2, 3. It's time to mix it up and throw it on the rocks. Let's get logical together at Shots Cox.
He's dying.
Doing some research and developments last night and drank a little too much. So let's clean up. Woo! Oh. Oh, nice. Yeah, that's not gonna work. Wick. Okay, so let's begin. This is my friend Bogey. We're quarantine mates, and he's gonna help me today.
Quarantine mates?
Yeah. Just gonna put you there, bud. Okay. So you might be asking,
you know how Shockwave woke up, Porky? That's how I expect you waking up most days if you come from the hangover.
I say no.
That's what it'll be
Grab
like.
your trash can, throw out your Advils, chuck out your Tylenols, dispose of your Lactese, and what other bullshit pills you have. We're gonna make a f***ing Caesar. Yeah. But actually, these were pretty expensive, so I'm just gonna salvage Firstly, we want to prepare our garnish. Oh, don't look, bud. Right. Oh, cute. Oh, slippery little bugger. Okay, so let's grab a big glass here. Oh, fuck. Shit. Technical difficulties. Oh, no. Shoot. Oh, my favorite glass. Oh, just breathe. Just breathe. Just breathe. Okay, so we want to get some water on the top of our glass and press it into the celery sauce to cover the whole rim. Okay.
Just smash everything.
Okay, so I'm gonna be very careful.
Very careful.
And get my shooting cup.
Oh, a jigger.
Okay, so we want lots of ice. Fill that cup. Ooh, I got a match. Nice.
I got a match.
Your favorite vodka? This one seemed logical because robot in disguise.
It's Sky Vodka.
Okay, so we want 3 shots of vodka. Oh man. Okay.
Porky just sent me a DM saying you're being judged as little Dom. Look at me.
How'd you get there, bud? You want to go in the oven too?
That's funny.
Pickle brine.
Oh yeah, pickle brine.
Trust me, folks. 3/4 of a shot. Do it. Okay, now grab your Tabasco hot sauce. Gonna put in 8 dashes.
Dashes Tabasco sauce.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Drummers can count. And use some other hot sauce if you wish. I like this one from the Ren. 4 dashes. Yeah. Worcestershire sauce.
When people fuck it up, I can't say it. Worcestershire sauce.
Worcestershire sauce. Give your Clamato a shake. Clamato, what's in here? Dried clam broth. Humans are fucking sick. And just fill that up close to the brim. Give it a little stirry stir. Okay. Oh fuck, I forgot to put the pogo in the oven. Alright, Pokey, you gotta move, bud. Just here. Okay, I gotta get this in the oven. Goes in for 15 minutes, guys. Oh.
Knocked over the camera.
This is gonna be the series finale. So while that's baking, we're gonna put in a hot pepper. Actually, it's a
no piece of concert.
Hot pepper. Let's get
oh no, he's under contract.
Look, buddy. Yeah. Whoa, that's cool. So the stick of the corn dog's a little short, and we don't want to get our wiener wet. So I have this idea of inserting this kebab stick to make it longer. Okay. Okay. Now we want to achieve the legendary mustard swirl. We'll just put you down here for inspiration. Grab your mustard, give it a shake. Here we go. Oh, mustard water. Ugh. Give it a good shake. Yes! Yes! Oh, fucking nailed it!
So happy about it.
Oh. So there you have it, folks. The hair of the corn dog, because of the pogo. Oh, beautiful. So thank you from Pokey and I. Smash that subscribe and like button, tell all your friends, and see you next time.
All right, thanks for that, Strog. Moving on to oh, never mind, not yet, but soon. You know who is coming? No. Oh, oh no! Yes, here he comes. The Prairie Chicken Shot. Oh boy, here you go, Porky.
You know what I feel like right now? A good piece of chicken, just so finger licking good. How do you like your chicken, Emma?
Wow.
Ha! That's good to know. This is called a prairie chicken. Jin?
Please free range.
A nice little egg. Try not to break the yolk.
There you go, Porky, a whole egg.
Salt and pepper. Go ahead, put your salt and pepper in.
No, she does not, Nathan.
And there, you have it. The prairie
It's a
chicken.
Victoria's Secret shirt on.
Oh.
That just brought out the little bitch in me. It's so gross. Just focus. Breathe in, breathe. This is Zen experience, okay? You just open
This is not a Zen
open your
experience.
gullet and just pour it down.
This is far from a Zen experience right now.
Look here. These boys were out there watching porn. They saw I have a new video. They just bounced here quick, watch this, and get back to their porn, okay? They were already 3-4 strokes in. So we got to do this fast. They got to go.
Wow, she downed it like a champ.
This chick bad. My chick hood.
Things that, oh my god, my eyes are watering.
There are people out there watching this that needed that bit of inspiration. They saw you take down that egg and went, you know what? I can make a difference in this world. I can change something. Tipsy bartender, together. Together. That was some disgusting stuff, girl. Oh my god. Tom, you have diarrhea right now.
Salmonella.
Vanilla, yeah. Right, it's time for Tiki Sparkling Wine Drinks with Vino. Here we go.
What's up, gals and pals? I'm Coach
Been a
Vino. This is the Progress Bar. And ladies and gentlemen, I cannot believe I'm about to say these words. This is the last video of 2023.
Yep.
That's right, folks. We are bringing in the new year of
what he was doing.
2024, and it has been a hell of a year here on the channel. Lots of changes, and I want to say I appreciate
speed
and
him up
thank
just a
all
slight
of you who have
because it's at,
supported
like,
everything
13
I've been doing
minutes.
on the channel.
Just a little bit.
I look
not
forward
much.
to what's coming
There
in
we go.
2024, right, folks? So to celebrate the new year, I am going to make you guys 3 delicious sparkling wine cocktails, but we're gonna do things a little bit different for this channel because I'm gonna make 3 delicious tiki sparkling wine cocktails. So make sure you stick around because we're gonna boogie down. All right, folks, so the first cocktail we're gonna make today is a riff on probably the most popular tiki cocktail ever created, and that is the Mai Tai. And this cocktail is called the Mai Tai Spritz. The Mai Tai Spritz was created by Martin Cade of Smuggler's Cove. All right, so let's look at what is in the sauce for our Mai Tai Spritz. The first thing we're gonna need is 1 ounce of a Jamaican rum. I'm gonna be using one of my favorites, and that is Appleton 8, all right? So 1 ounce of Jamaican rum. The next thing we're gonna need is a ½ an ounce of dry curacao. I'm gonna be using Pierre Ferrand, which is probably the most popular brand of dry curacao. And then we're gonna do a ½ an ounce of an orgeat, okay? I'm gonna be using pecan orgeat. This is something that is made by my friend Jessica of Savage Kitchen. She makes amazing syrups. I'll leave a link down in the description. But you can use a traditional, almond orgeat, right? So ½ an ounce of orgeat. All right, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. And then the next thing we're gonna do is a ½ an ounce of lime juice, all right? I'm sorry, we're gonna do ½ an ounce of lime juice, right? Which I have already pre-squeezed here. And then we're gonna go ahead and just add some ice to our shaker. And we're gonna shake that up for about 10 to 15 seconds, right? Make sure I get this thing closed up good. All right, folks, I think I shook this bad boy up enough, all right? So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna get a nice tall glass and we're gonna pour this bad boy right in. All right, there we go. Beautiful. Excellent, that looks good. You can use a highball, whatever kind of tall glass you got, all right, folks? And there's that, all right? Now, Now, what I don't want is I don't want to add any of the sparkling wine yet. I'm gonna add all of that at the end of the video because I want to taste all three at the end of the video, and I don't want any
Yeah,
of
they
the
usually shouldn't be super
kind of go
sour.
away. So I'm gonna set this aside, and at the
They
end of the
probably
video,
use
we'll add
sweet
our
sour
ice,
mix or something,
we'll
so
add
the
our
juices
sparkling
there
wine,
if
and
you need
boom, we'll try them all out, right, folks? There it is. This is our almost done Mai Tai Spritz. All right, folks, so for our next sparkling wine tiki cocktail, we're gonna make a Drunken Skull. The Drunken Skull was created by Brian Miller for the Death & Co. book. All right, so let us look at what is in the sauce for our Drunken Skull cocktail. We're gonna need 3/4 ounce of a Demerara rum. I'm gonna be using El Dorado 8 for mine.
Not a bad choice.
You can go ahead and use anything you got, right, folks? So that is 3/4 ounce, all right? And next thing we're gonna need is 3/4 ounce of a Jamaican rum. And once again, I'm gonna be using Appleton Estates. I'm sorry, we're gonna be using Appleton 8, all right? And then we're gonna do a 1/2 ounce of lime juice, which I've got right here. All right, and a 1/2 ounce of a grenadine, all right, folks? So I'm gonna be using Lieber & Co., so 1/2 ounce of grenadine, but if you make the stuff yourself, God bless you, go ahead and use that too. All right, guys? And then we're going to use 2 dashes of absinthe. For me, that's about a half a bar spoon, right? So
This
we're gonna
too,
go
huh?
with half a bar spoon of absinthe, all right? That looks good. All right, folks? And then we're gonna go ahead and shake that up again for about 10 to 15 seconds, all right? Of course, we're gonna add our ice, and then let her rip. All right, folks, I think we shook that bad boy up enough. We're gonna be pouring that into a flute here. All right, so let's go ahead and pour that right into the flute. All right. Looks good, it's got some pretty color. All right, gorgeous, gorgeous looking cocktail. That's pretty. All right, folks, so once again, like I said with the first cocktail, I'm gonna pour all of the sparkling wine in at the end of the video so I don't lose any of the suds. I want anything to be fresh and bright and effervescent, right, folks? So there it is, our halfway done Drunken Skull. All right, folks, so for our last cocktail of 2023, we're gonna make a cocktail called Hinky Dinks Fizzy. This cocktail was created in 1984 for Trader Vic's restaurants and was adapted by Smuggler's Cove. All right, folks, so let us look at what is in the sauce for probably the most fun named cocktail I made on the channel in 2023. All right, so the first thing we're gonna need is 1 ounce of a white rum. I'm gonna be using Don Ku, which is obviously a native rum of my island of Puerto Rico. So 1 ounce of Don Ku white rum, okay? Next thing we're gonna do is 1 ounce of gin, okay? I'm gonna be using a gin that was recently sent to me by my good friend Matt and his wife Sparkle. It's from Pennsylvania called Revitalism Gin, right, folks? So 1 ounce of gin. Again, I'm going to be using Revitalism Gin, and thank you to Matt and Sparkle for the wonderful gift. They are unbelievable folks, all right? Next thing we're going to need is a 1/2 ounce of apricot liqueur. I'm going to be using Luxardo, which is my favorite apricot liqueur. Stuff is fantastic. Next, we're going to need 1.5 ounces of pineapple juice, okay, folks? I'm going to be using a freshly squeezed can of pineapple juice. If you got the fresh stuff, if you feel like squeezing it, go ahead, folks. I do like the Trader Joe's stuff also, but they didn't have it when I went looking for it, all right? So 1.5 ounces of pineapple juice. Next, we're gonna need a 1/2 ounce of passion fruit syrup. I just made this yesterday, so freshly made passion fruit syrup. Here we go. All right, so 1/2 ounce of this stuff, which is always delicious. Adds great tropical notes and tartness to the cocktail, right, folks? Now that we got that done, what we're gonna do is we're gonna do what's called a whip shake, right, folks? Let me untie my crushed ice here, which means basically you add a little bit of ice to the shaker. All right, not too much. All right, just enough to, fill a little bit of the scoop there. And then you're gonna shake this until you no longer hear the ice, all right, folks? So we're gonna do a quick little whip shake, all right? All right, folks, as you can hear, there's no more ice in this bad boy here, right? So we're gonna go ahead and put that there, and we're gonna open it up just to release the gases. And now we're gonna go ahead and get our glass out. Now, this is traditionally served in a snifter or something kind of like in a snifter form, so I'm gonna be using a all-purpose wine glass here, right? Because Vino has no snifter. The snifter I had no longer exists, let's put it that way. All right, so the first thing we're gonna do though is we're gonna put 2 ounces of our sparkling wine into the glass, all right? So now we're gonna start using our sparkling wine, right, folks? Let me just push all this bad boy to the side. We're gonna get our sparkling wine out. I'm gonna be using Prosecco, La Marca Prosecco, which is one of my favorite affordable Prosecco stuff. It's really, really good. It's got some great components to it. But you can use champagne or Cava or whatever else you got, all right? So just wanna make sure it's in a drier style, okay? Let's go ahead for 2023 to 24. Let's see what we get here. Oh yeah, folks, there it is. Happy New Year to everybody, all right, folks? Now, like I said, we want 2 ounces of our sparkling wine inside of the glass here. All right, I just want to make sure we get the suds down. Sorry if this is like watching paint dry, folks. All right, so there's your 2 ounces of your sparkling wine. And then we're gonna go ahead and pour in our drink. All right, beautiful. And then we're gonna go ahead and just fill that with some crushed ice, all right, guys? So I got my crushed ice here, I got my Louis bag. All right, let's fill this up with some crushed ice. This looks really nice already. All right, there it is. Oh, there it is, folks. Beautiful, beautiful. All right. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Ain't she pretty? All right, then we're just going to garnish that with a couple of pineapple fronds. All right, let's stick these son of a guns right over here. And there we have it, folks. Our Hinky Dinks Fizzy, or whatever the hell they call it. All right, folks, so now that we have all of the cocktails done, let's go ahead and pour our sparkling wine into all the cocktails. Let's put them in order of how we made them here. All right, so first, our Mai Tai Fizz spritz, but I need to actually add some ice to that. So we're going to go ahead and fill the glass with some ice. Alrighty. Gorgeous, gorgeous, right? I think that's enough there, okay? So now we'll fill that with some ice. Then we're gonna top it off with some Champagne, some Prosecco, some Cava, some American Brut, whatever you got, folks, all right? So there it is. Oh, that's pretty, right? And then we're just gonna go ahead and garnish that with a little bit of mint, all right? Little mint sprig here.
On the left one, but on
there.
The
and
right one.
what do you say, guys? Should we do an
left
umbrella?
one.
I mean, it's a Mai Tai, right? Let's go ahead. We got an umbrella here, right, folks? So there it is, folks. That is the complete Mai Tai Spritz. Put this over here. And then we're gonna add some sparkling wine to our second cocktail, which I already got, Drunken Skull. There it is, our Drunken Skull cocktail. There it is. Oh, beautiful. This was a very pretty cocktail, man. Oh, look at this. Look at this collection of tiki cocktails, sparkling wine. Bring in the new year, folks. You cannot beat this. So there it is, folks. Our Tiki-Fi sparkling wine cocktails.
Oh, I guess garnish with nothing. Okay. I'm just gonna taste them.
All right, folks, I don't know about you guys, but I'm absolutely ready to end the year in sparkling fashion, tiki style. So let's go ahead and give each one of these bad boys a sippy sip, starting with the Mai Tai Spritz. All right, folks, Happy New Year to you all. Cheers. Oh, man, I mean, what can you say? What can you say? How could this be wrong? It's absolutely a Mai Tai. Those delicious, bubbly notes kind of open it up a little bit. It's obviously a little bit lighter, a little bit crispier than a Mai Tai. Like a classic Mai Tai, but it's yummy, it's refreshing, and is a fantastic way to end the new year, begin the new year, whatever it is. I gotta take another sip. This is delicious. Oh yeah. If you're a tiki fan or Mai Tai fan, this is absolutely a great way to celebrate with some sparkling wine and one of your favorite cocktails, all right? Next, let's try out the Drunken Sailor. Cheers. Oh, that's very nice. Now, this is more of a traditional champagne style cocktail. But you know, that Jamaican rum and the Demerara rum really adds some beautiful notes to it. You get some vanilla, you get some little bit of that funk, and then you get the beautiful dryness of the champagne, kind of mellowing everything out. This is a very nice, this is much more of an elegant style cocktail. Super good. Oh my God, I think I'm gonna have to finish all of these. If this is a hit, I'm gonna be drunk after this, and I don't like to get drunk. Anyway, folks, so here we go. We're gonna try our last cocktail, which is the Hinky Dinks Fizzy. I'll never remember this. I gotta read my notes. Cheers, folks. Oh, that's good. Oh yeah, that one is definitely probably the lightest of these cocktails. It is much more refreshing. It has some real kind of like, you know, resort vibes going on. It's so light, it's so crisp, it's very good. This is one I think will be very crowd friendly because it doesn't have a huge amount of rum flavor. The gin is very, you know, mellowed out also in this cocktail. Let me give this another sip. Oh yeah, that's very nice, guys. I actually really like what the apricot notes bring to this cocktail. Add some real nice stone fruit flavors, right, guys? So anyway, I want to wish you all a very happy New Year. I'm still a little bit in Christmas zone here. So I want to wish you all a very happy New Year. And Vino loves you all and thanks you all again for the support. And if you liked the video, please press like, please subscribe. You know the whole thing. You know, all I care is that you guys enjoyed yourself. So you know, when life gives you lemons, make yourself a cocktail, guys. Cheers.
Alrighty, there we go. So, with that being said, I'd like to thank everyone who came to the Case of the Mondays tonight. I'd like to thank you all for being here. I'm going to just do a little shilling, then we'll be done. Don't forget the movie caption contest, movie picture, movie hanging on the Discord, so be sure to play those. When you're not busy in the arena doing all the arena things, be sure to tune in tomorrow on Heretic Unlimited with me and Genova for, you know, Heretic Live, so be sure to tune in for that. Wednesday, keep your eye out. Just keep your eye out, chat. Porky will probably do something on Thursday, and Friday will be another Heretic Live at 8. Or, well, not really 8. We'll see the times. Just keep your eyes up. You'll be surprised. We got stuff in store for you that's going to be good. All right, everybody.